Chapter 481. Guchanga's arrival had caused a huge commotion. Many sky prides and the older generation had noticed him. Some ancient freaks who had just been born also stared at him, sizing him up. In the current upper realm, Guchanga's every move could be said to have stirred up thousands of storms. Even the 9 mountains had been destroyed by his hands, causing a terrifying earthquake in the upper realm. Some time ago, many ultimate powerhouses from various orthodoxies had gone to the divine city in an attempt to hunt the red-robed female demon. In the end, everyone had died, and only Guchanga had survived. The strength he displayed was also terrifying, and no one knew how strong he was. Many of the younger generation wanted to know how big the gap was between them and Guchanga. Now, everyone's gazes were focused on him. In the area where the Sky Demon Tower, where Immortal's Manor, and Sage King Hall were, several young creatures with different auras from the other young Sky Prides looked at Guchanga with great caution. The Sky Demon, Lord of the Sky Demon Tower, was a man with very fair skin. He wore a dark blue robe and had a golden horn on his forehead. His entire body was surrounded by brilliant divine light, and he was like a monarch with an innate majesty. How could there be such a terrifying existence in this era? He was whispering, but his words could not hide his shock. Many of his followers behind him were also silent. They could feel a deep sense of fear from their master. The Sky Demon Lord was a very proud and confident person, and he knew that no one could compare to him. It was already very unbelievable that he would say such a thing. The previous War Immortal was killed by him. The successor of War Immortal's manor was shrouded in fog, and his face could not be seen clearly. He muttered softly. However, one could see that his hair was very long, and he had a pair of golden, cross-shaped eyes. Rays of golden light spread out from them, and it was breathtaking. Some of the old antiques were a little wary of him, and they could not figure out his strength. Could the terrifying demonic shadow in the time beach be him? The most mysterious successor of the Sage King Hall had also appeared at this moment. There was a faint light on his body, as if he was wrapped in time fragments. He stood there, but it was as if he was separated from everyone by time and space. A beam of golden divine light flashed across his eyes. He seemed to be using some kind of secret technique to spy on Guchanga. However, in the next moment, he suddenly let out a muffled groan. His body shook violently, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had no choice but to withdraw his divine ability. This person is interesting. The aura of time. Guchanga smiled and retracted his gaze. The successor of the Sage King Hall was extremely shocked. He was even more fearful as he trembled slightly. He had never imagined that Guchanga would be able to injure him so severely with just a single glance, almost shattering his soul. Greetings, young Master Changa. Everyone's emotions were different. Many ancient existences from True Immortal Academy also spoke up one after another, greeting respectfully. And now, Guchanga's strength had far surpassed theirs. Even if they were the elders of True Immortal Academy, they did not dare to show the slightest bit of seniority in front of Guchanga. Guchanga nodded slightly, looked at Gusian and said, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I came to see you?" Gusian looked as cold as ice, as if no one could get close to her. There was no expression on her delicate and flawless face. In the eyes of many people, she seemed to dislike Guchanga very much. This made many people envious, especially some of the favored daughters of the heavens and the goddesses of the great sections. However, in this world, only this little princess of the longevity Gu family dared to treat Guchanga like this. Many people knew about the grudge between her and Guchanga. Therefore, many people could understand why Guchanga treated her like this now. Although it seemed like he was doting on her, it was more like he was trying to make up for it. "What are you doing here? I don't need you to come and see me." Gu Xian snorted. Her little face was very tense as she said lightly. Her personality was like this. Although she was very happy in her heart, it was impossible for her to lower her head in front of Guchanga. It was impossible for her to even show the slightest bit of happiness, especially in front of so many people. She couldn't wait for people to know that she and Gu Changa were like fire and water. What are you saying? Isn't it natural for me to look at you? Knowing that you're going to fight with the younger generation of the 8 barren 10 regions, I am even more worried. Gu Changa didn't seem to be angry at all when he heard this. He smiled and said, his expression was as gentle as jade, giving people a feeling like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Many of the favored daughters of the heavens were secretly looking at him. Their eyes were full of undisguised admiration, and they shone with a strange light. Why didn't they have such an elder brother? Gu Xian snorted. In her heart, she only wanted to roll her eyes. Would Gu Changa be worried about her? It would be good enough if he didn't scold and bully her. She didn't believe that Gu Changa would be so kind-hearted. You definitely don't have anything good to say to me, Gu Xian said. Gu Changa said with a slightly regretful expression, I was worried about you, so I came here to give you something to protect yourself. You actually said that. You really hurt my heart. Hearing that Gu Changa wanted to give her something to protect herself, Gu Xian was first stunned. Then, her first reaction was disbelief. It was good enough that Gu Changa didn't steal her treasures. The treasures she got from Gu Changa were all exchanged with him based on her own abilities. I don't need you to give me something to protect me. I don't lack. Gu Xian really wanted to roll her eyes at Gu Changa. However, in front of others, she maintained her usual fairy-like appearance. She was cold, moving, and otherworldly. This is the rainbow celestial robe obtained after the destruction of the 9 mountains. Although it has lost its spirituality, it is still a rare protective item. In addition, this is the primordial true feather of a demon monarch. When it is used, its power is extraordinary. Only those who have attained the Tao can withstand it. However, Gu Changa didn't care about her. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as he talked to himself. At the same time, his palms shone brightly. Dazzling celestial light started to spread out. Faintly, there was even a celestial sound that sounded like the sound of nature. A light green long dress appeared. It was very similar to the wide-sleeved fairy dress that Gu Xian was wearing now. However, there were more strands of Tao laws that fell down. It gave people the feeling that this dress should only belong to the 9 heavens. For a moment, there seemed to be a celestial rhythm. Golden lotuses fell from the sky, and celestial flowers appeared on the ground. At the instant they saw this item, all of the women of the heavens opened their eyes wide. Even some of the ancient existences started to breathe rapidly. If this item wasn't in Gu Changa's hands, they would have planned to snatch it. It was obvious that this was not a simple battle armor. It contained a celestial rhythm. It might even be made of real, celestial materials. It was one of a kind in the world. Such a celestial robe, even if it had lost its spirituality, was far superior to many protective artifacts in this world. At this moment, many people were envious and jealous. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there would be someone in this world who would give away such a precious item. Even if it was a relative, they would have to be careful. In this world, there were many examples of falling out because of money. Moreover, what was the other item in Gu Changa's hand? The red light was incomparably dense. There were hundreds of millions of law fragments lingering around it. It was filled with a terrifying aura. It was more like a short blade that was overflowing with light. The primordial true feather of a demon monarch. To some extent, this item was even more precious than an emperor weapon, because if an emperor weapon was broken, it could be refined again. However, the primordial true feather was one of a lifetime. There were only a few of them, and they would never grow again. Even if one had extraordinary means, it would never grow again. Such an item only existed in ancient books, or in the treasure trove of the family behind them. They didn't even dare to think about it. They didn't expect to see it here today. As for how Gu Changa obtained it, it was no longer important. What was important was that these 2 supreme treasures, whose value was difficult to estimate, were now given to Gu Xian for her to use for self-defense. In the hearts of many women, the only thing left was that what kind of peerless brother was this? Some of the girls who had older brothers were even more envious of them. In this way, one can attack and one can defend. What danger can there be? Some ancient existences looked at this scene and were also very envious. They looked at the artifacts they had. They were not even as good as the rainbow immortal robe that Gu Changa casually gave away. It was really shabby. I don't lack. At this moment, hearing Gu Changa's words and seeing the dazzling brilliance in his hand, Gu Xian couldn't speak. Gu Xian's voice was a little incomplete. Her head was buzzing, and she didn't have the confidence to speak. She tried to calm herself down and not be moved by Gu Changa's tricks. She knew that Gu Changa was definitely doing this on purpose, but she couldn't control herself and couldn't help but look away. Gu Changa was still so despicable. He clearly knew that these supreme treasures were naturally irresistible to her, but he still took them out to tempt her. Even the big red bird at her feet had green eyes. It flapped its wings and stared at these two supreme treasures. There was no need for further explanation. Everyone knew how precious these two items were. Since you don't lack them, then forget it. Gu Changa's tone was somewhat regretful. Hearing this, Gu Xian suddenly stared at him with a murderous look. It made people wonder if she would directly snatch them in the next moment. However, Gu Changa did not see this expression on her face. Although I don't lack them, since you gave them to me, then this is your good intentions. I still want them. Gu Xian was a little angry, but then she said with a slightly reluctant expression, "If you don't lack them, then I think it's better to give them to someone who does. After all, this is an expedition to the 8 desolates and 10 regions. It's so dangerous. Everyone's life could be in danger." Gu Changa smiled, but seeing Gu Xian's cold eyes, he decided not to tease her. However, it's not bad to have more life-saving treasures and more protection. You bastard! Gu Xian ground her teeth. If not for the fact that there were so many people, she would have bitten Gu Changa. Whether it was the rainbow immortal robe or the primordial true feather, Gu Changa had already decided to give them to her. Originally, Gu Changa planned to refine the primordial true feather into the immortal slaying gourd, but later found that it was unnecessary. The immortal slaying gourd's power was far above this primordial true feather. He had no use for this primordial true feather. "Brother Gu, long time no see." Then, after giving the 2 items to Gu Xian, Wang Zijin walked over and greeted her. She wore a long blue dress. She was tall and slender, and her exquisite and flawless face looked like it was created by the heavens. She had a comfortable smile. 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and other acquaintances of Immortal Academy also came to greet her. Little Sister Xian, to have such an exceptionally good older brother, truly makes one envious. The eyes of the reclusive and clan's princess and Yen flickered, also walking over from the distance. Her silver hair was brilliant, flowing with radiance, her face carrying an innocent and brilliant expression. She clearly looked to be about the same age as Gu Xian, but her figure was extremely wonderful. Compared to Gu Xian, who was like a bamboo board, there was a huge difference. She began to chat with Gu Xian, in a familiar manner. When they talked about the matter just now, she had an envious expression, as if she only had Gu Xian, as a friend in her eyes, not caring about anyone else. And Yen was also not like the others, immediately greeting Gu Changa to get familiar with him. It was only for the sake of courtesy that he greeted him. And soon, several days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the war between the 2 realms arrived. Hung Long Long, the laws of heaven and earth clashed, releasing intense, rumbling sounds. The army of the higher realms descended once again, appearing in realm void abyss, vast and mighty, covering the sky and sun. Terrifying great fog stretched across heaven and earth, as if there was no end in sight. Boundless black clouds covered the sky, shrouding the entire area in all directions. Outside the black abyss, many terrifying figures stood. They were too large, their auras incomparably terrifying, oppressing everyone to the point where they could not breathe. Without a doubt, these were definitely super experts from the higher realms. Even though it was only a magical body, just by standing there, it gave off an incomparable pressure, making one's mind tremble. They were very cold, shrouded in the thick fog. Their exposed eyes revealed coldness and disdain, as if they were unwilling to say anything. What happened to the agreed battle? Why haven't the cultivators of 8 Desolation 10 regions arrived yet? Could it be that they are scared? If they are scared, why did they accept the challenge? One of the terrifying figures slowly opened his mouth. His voice was not very loud, very calm and indifferent, as if he did not care about this battle at all. Many experts of 8 Desolation 10 regions guarded this place, strictly guarding against the sneak attacks of the higher realms. Right now, even though their minds were trembling, they still maintained their dignity, not revealing the slightest trace of fear. They shouted loudly, "My lower realms experts are currently hurrying over. What is there to fear from this battle? My 8 Desolation 10 regions does not lack hot-blooded individuals." Oh, senseless stupidity. Nothing more than an excuse for hot-bloodedness. Between a true dragon and an ant, how can there be an equal status? Could it be that you all still believe that there is a chance in this battle? Back then, too many of your ancestors were buried in this land, all of them personally killed by us, their corpses thrown here. Now, do you all plan to accompany them? The creature from the higher realms said with a cold laugh, his voice not carrying any fluctuations. However, it was precisely because of this that everyone felt the great disparity. Between the higher realms and the 8 Desolation 10 regions, the difference in strength was indeed great. His words carried disdain and humiliation, making the cultivators of the 8 Desolation 10 regions who continuously rushed over feel a wave of anger and unwillingness. Then they felt a strong sense of sorrow. The black earth before their eyes was completely dyed red by blood, and this naturally included their ancestors who died in battle. Oh, after waiting for so long, there are finally people who came? The creature from the higher realms who spoke just now raised his head, his expression full of contempt as he looked into the distance. Ancient warships were currently crushing through the sky dome one after another, flying in this direction, many divine rainbows following behind them. The many black figures behind him still maintained their indifference, not saying a single word, exuding a great pressure. Chapter 482. Hung Long Long. Heaven and earth trembled, resonating in all directions. Many ancient warships from all over the world descended like a flood. Behind them were streaks of divine rainbows that were endless, their numbers simply impossible to count. However, compared to the great army of the higher realms before their eyes, it was like a drop in the ocean. Is this the power of the higher realms? Many youngsters who saw the higher realms' great army for the first time all paled. Only when they personally faced these terrifying figures from the higher realms could they feel that type of incomparable pressure. It was simply enough to make one's spine bend, make one's legs go weak, make them kneel down. Before the great army of the higher realms, they were like a small boat in the boundless Wangyang, about to be overturned at any time. Endless great mists swept over, within them towering figures that were like archaic, demonic mountains. They were extremely cold, not uttering a single word. When they saw the great army of the 8 Desolates 10 regions descend, it was as if they were looking at a group of unremarkable ants. Don't be scared by their power. Right now, they can't cross over. They're doing all of this on purpose. They want to strike at our higher realms' morale. When the most powerful experts from the 8 Desolates 10 regions, families, saw this scene, their hearts sunk. They felt like before they even fought, their realm's morale was already greatly suppressed. They couldn't help but shout out. Then, someone spoke, his voice penetrating clouds and splitting rocks, shaking up the heavens. It contained a type of Tao sound that could wake one up. The warships were like clouds covering the heavens. In the end, they stopped here, confronting the higher realm side. How terrifying! Just looking at them makes one feel despair. If we were to really fight, would we be a match for them? I fear that just a single hand would be enough to wipe us all out. When many youngsters heard this voice, their bodies trembled. When they snapped back to their senses from their previous state, they were a bit alarmed. Their backs couldn't help but shiver. These were the higher realms' most powerful beings. Even though they didn't descend yet, only a magical body was here. However, that type of unmatched might that made one's soul tremble was transmitted over from the great distance. It was as if they were facing an unmatched being, needing to prostrate themselves in worship. So, these are the higher realms' most powerful beings? However, they are merely magical bodies. Someone released a cold snort. Intense anger and hatred surged within their hearts. They had an undying grudge against the higher realms. On the ancient warship, there were many majestic divine mounted palaces that released boundless chaotic energy. Among them, there were young supreme beings who appeared, their faces swirling with brilliance, divine light interweaving. They were all the elites of this world's 8 wastelands and 10 regions. Similarly, they were all young seeds that the various races could not afford to lose. At this moment, everyone was solemnly watching everything. They stood behind the supreme experts, and there were people who helped them neutralize this terrifying pressure. Before coming here, everyone was extremely confident, believing that they were revered among their peers, rarely having an opponent. But when they arrived, the first thing they smelled was endless blood. Not only were many of their ancestors buried here, but countless living beings and cultivators from the upper realm had also died here. In front of the realm void abyss, there were endless ruins. Mountains and rivers shattered, and heaven and earth drifted away. Corpses were everywhere, and the blood had yet to dry up. There were broken pieces of weapons, fallen stars, and war fortresses everywhere. Enormous craters appeared one after another. It was as if stars smashed into this place, creating terrifying great rifts and valleys. This type of cruelty made them not dare look down on it. You finally came. Back then, you stole my world's fate energy, making it so that after countless great eras, no one could achieve immortality. Now that the realm monument sea has dried up, how is the 8 wastelands and 10 regions supposed to protect you all? Within the thick and terrifying great mist, the higher realm's supreme expert was the first to speak. He was extremely cold, carrying killing intent. Many people seemed to have heard some type of secret from his words. They were all shaken up inwardly. However, the 8 wastelands and 10 regions' supreme experts didn't agree. They sneered and said, "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." After countless years, the higher realms have been like bandits, invading my 8 wastelands and 10 regions again and again, not returning peace to my world. If you want to fight, then fight. Why is there a need to find excuses? My world's cultivators don't fear death. While speaking, he waved his large hand. The experts behind him immediately ignited flames. Raging flames burned like smoke signals. Divine light overflowed, illuminating heaven and earth. Woo! Then, someone used some type of ancient beast horn to play a war song. The sound contained unimaginable penetrative force, splitting the clouds, grand and sorrowful. When the 8 wastelands, 10 regions, cultivators, and creatures heard this sound, it was as if they were injected with chicken blood. They all felt their blood boil, killing intent rushing into the heavens. Kill! 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 All of the 8 wastelands, 10 regions, experts shouted angrily. Strand after strand of mysterious chi and blood force appeared above their heads. In the end, They turned into ancient symbols one after another. They gathered together, forming unmatched power. This scene made many of the 8 wastelands, 10 regions, cultivators' hearts tremble greatly. This was the first time they saw the great power contained within their bloodlines. However, this wasn't a secret in the 8 wastelands, 10 regions. Each time they resisted the invasion of the higher realms, there would always be experts who would boost their morale, making everyone activate their bloodline power. They would activate the power of the symbols within, forming a piece of unmatched scripture. They stole the unmatched scripture, yet now they actually dare to use it. Are these the 8 wastelands, 10 regions, so-called great ancient clans? Truly laughable. When they saw this scene on the higher realm side, there were experts who sneered, carrying mockery and disdain. It was clear that they knew quite a bit about this secret. Less nonsense. This is the power our ancestors bestowed upon us. How could it be something you all know about? An elder from the 8 wastelands, 10 regions, shouted, his eyes ice cold. He was a half-emperor level expert. Right now, the power of this unmatched scripture was used on his body. Chaotic energy pervaded the air, divine light, brilliant, dazzling and dazzling, gushing out from every single pore on his body. He prepared to take action. Before they fought, he would first boost their morale, at the same time give the higher realms experts a show of strength. All of the symbols interweaved, forming the unmatched scripture. Everyone could faintly see a grand and ancient immortal palace within. Immortal music sounded, as if a great sun was rising. At this moment, this unmatched scripture had the most powerful secret force appear. Every single character was as dazzling as stars, ultimately producing an indescribable great force. This wave of power gathered together, crushing downwards, crushing down towards the higher realm's great army ahead, as if it was going to wipe out everyone here. Hung Long Long. The heavens trembled, the void immediately exploding. All of the great mists were collapsing, primal chaos evolving, heaven and earth ore becoming chaotic, as if time was reversing, trekking through endless reincarnation. This was an unimaginable great force. This elder's entire body shone, using this wave of power on his own body, slaughtering his way forward. Is this the terrifying aspect of our blood force? Even though each individual's strength is meager, when gathered together, it can become a river converging into an ocean, undefeatable. Even the higher realm's great army before it is still insignificant. When a few people saw this scene, they were greatly stirred up, a bit moved, but even more so excited, feeling like there's hope in this battle. As long as everyone from the 8 desolates, 10 regions worked together, they would ultimately win against the higher realms. Heaven and earth rumbled with noise, as if the cosmos was falling one after another, crushing forward. Many stars were collapsing and exploding. You all only have this bit of ability. If it wasn't for the fact that our true bodies couldn't descend, how could you all be so savage? Trifling half-emperor realm cultivators dare to act like this. The expression of the supreme expert who spoke just now changed slightly. If his true body descended, he naturally had the confidence to resist this strike. However, right now it was merely a magical body, less than 1/10 of his strength. He felt a bit of restraining fear, but even more anger and coldness. The figure, shrouded in great mists, couldn't help but take a few steps back. Meanwhile, this scene just happened to be seen by everyone from the 8 desolates, 10 regions. They immediately felt their morale surge, their blood boiling. The higher realm's supreme expert has been forced back by us. He is also scared of us, not daring to face us. This is too great. Someone shouted loudly, feeling incomparably excited. Brilliant light shone from his forehead. Ancient symbols shone through his skin and bones one after another. At this time, almost everyone felt a type of hope. After all, they personally saw the higher realm's supreme expert retreat. The group of young existences also couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotions. This terrifying power also had a share of their contributions. They naturally shared the glory and honor. Many higher realms experts couldn't help but frown. They never expected the 8 Desolates 10 regions to have this type of method, to the extent where it even exceeded the divine might of the past. However, right when everyone from the 8 Desolates 10 regions were stirred up, wishing to suppress the higher realm's supreme expert again. In the skies above, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly transmitted over, as if there was a mountain and sea's might, as if a heavenly river was about to burst, crushing downwards. The heavens trembled, the sun, moon, and stars all swaying, the sea turning to ashes. Streak after streak of black lightning hacked down, even larger than the stars. What is that? Everyone from the 8 Desolates 10 regions suddenly felt a bit horrified, their scalps going numb. Some people even felt a shiver from the bottom of their hearts, couldn't help but bow down towards that figure in front of them. In everyone's eyes, the skies above became incomparably blurry, as if there were millions and millions of strands of chaotic energy descending. An indistinct figure towered there, seemingly endless deities appearing around him, 3,000 great worlds surrounding him, as if he was the master of the heavens. Has the 8 Desolates 10 regions already fallen to such a state? It truly makes one sigh with regret. That was the voice of a young man, sounding like he wasn't that old, without the slightest trace of great changes. However, when it landed in the ears of the 8 Desolates 10 regions experts, it sounded extremely cold and emotionless. Hung long long. In the next moment, following heaven overflowing divine light, an enormous hand that covered the skies reached over from the skies above. It was incomparably enormous, millions and millions of strands of chaotic energy swirling around it, as if it covered the heavens above. Endless natural laws and laws surged under this palm. In the end, it seemed like it was going to explode, the void collapsing, the universe seemingly collapsing because of this palm, terrifying great rifts appearing one after another. This was an unimaginably horrifying scene. The world immediately darkened, as if it was blasted back to when the heavens were first opened, everything muddle-headed. All of the light was blocked out. The power produced by the interweaving of all of the runes was instantly shattered by this palm, turning into countless strands of energy that rushed into all directions. Everyone was shocked and terrified, feeling that all of their strength had been lost because of this palm, and they couldn't help but fall to the ground weakly. The brilliant power to destroy the world was nothing more than this. Wah! The face of the old man who unleashed this power paled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly sent flying backwards, almost exploding in midair. After suffering such a terrifying backlash, his aura instantly became extremely dispirited, and he couldn't even stand up. Who is that? This is too terrifying. Didn't they say that the boundary monument sea has dried up, and that no supreme experts can cross over? Seeing this scene, everyone in the 8 Desolates 10 regions' voices trembled, and their bodies trembled. They even felt despair. They didn't expect that the attack that they thought to be incomparably powerful, which could shake the reincarnation cycle and collapse the natural laws, would be crushed by a palm from the other party, instantly collapsing. Under such a huge blow, many people's minds were muddled, and they couldn't react for a long time. That's Guchanga, the leader of the upper realm. He's here too. Gu Wudi, who was standing with the ancient existences, suddenly spoke with a bone-deep hatred in his eyes. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. At the same time, they also felt a little terrified. They did not doubt Gu Wudi's words. After all, as the Taoist of the 9 mountains who had just been destroyed by Guchanga, it was normal for him to have such hatred. It's really him, the one who killed eldest senior sister and destroyed the 9 mountains. Xiao Yang also recognized Guchanga. His eyes reddened as he clenched his fists. His hatred for Guchanga could be described as monstrous. Eldest senior sister was killed by him, his sect was destroyed, and his master's fate was unknown. So much hatred. How could it be resolved so easily? Is this the strength of the leader of the upper realm? How can he be so terrifying? He's simply undefeatable. At this moment, everyone from the 8 desolates 10 regions was shocked. Especially the younger generation who wanted to fight with Gu Changa in the same realm. They were even more shocked. Their breathing was suffocating, and their scalps were slightly numb. They had only heard about the leader of the younger generation from the upper realm from rumors, and knew that his strength was monstrous. However, when they faced him in person, they realized how powerful he was. It was to the point where it made people despair, and they could not even think of fighting him. How could they fight him? Even if they gathered everyone's strength, it would still be difficult to resist his palm. This was something that they did not dare to imagine before. This isn't his own power. It's the power of that supreme treasure that he took out. At this time, an ancient existence spoke. His eyes were fixed on the big seal floating above Gu Changa's head. There seemed to be thousands of stars, suns, and moons gathered on it, and mountains and seas rose and fell, constantly intersecting. This kind of majestic and vast power was like the abyss of the sea. Just a strand of it was enough to make people's hair stand on end and their bodies feel like they were about to explode. That is the seal of the 9 mountains of the 9 mountains. He stole it. I can't believe he borrowed the power of the 9 mountains' treasure. Gu Wudi clenched his teeth, looking extremely angry and unwilling. First, the fairy-slaying gourd fell into his hands. Now, even the seal of the 9 mountains was stolen by him. Some of the ancient existence's expressions changed greatly. After thinking about it carefully, they could not help but tremble. We really need to rely on young Master Changa, or else we won't be able to stop these people. How dare an ant try to overturn the heavens? Young Master Changa only needs 1 palm to suppress them all. Many powerhouses cannot come here before the passage is stabilized. Now, we can rely on young Master Changa. With young Master Changa here, will the powerhouses from the 8 desolates 10 regions still dare to act presumptuously? Unlike the deathly silence from the 8 desolates 10 regions, the people from the upper realm were shocked and then reacted. Many people could not help but snicker out loud with mockery and disdain. Of course, more people were full of admiration and fanaticism towards Gu Changa. This guy is still as unbelievably strong as before. Gu Xian stood among the disciples of the Immortal Academy and looked up at the figure in the sky. As if thinking of something, her face was a little hot and her heart was beating very fast. I really don't know how young Master Changa cultivates. Why is there such a big gap between us when we're about the same age? And Yen and Gu Xian were walking very close to each other. When she heard this, she could not help but laugh. However, she had an innocent smile on her face as usual, as if she was very confused about this. She did not know much about Gu Changa. She only guessed a thing or two based on the rumors and the conversation between her sister and she and the man she saved. This speculation made her shudder. She did not dare to think too much about it. So, where did the mountain lords of the 9 mountains go in the end? Were they killed by him? Wang Zijin looked at all this, but her eyes narrowed slightly. She was not surprised by Gu Changa's strength. She was confused about something else. According to her understanding, the 9 mountains had a total of 9 mountain lords. If the 9 mountains were destroyed, where did the mountain lords go in the end? Were they killed by Gu Changa, or were they imprisoned by the longevity Gu family? However, no matter which possibility it was, there should have been some news leaked out. Unlike now, the mountain lords seemed to have disappeared without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Wang Zijin was a very smart person. Although she did not want to dig into some things, she could not ignore the obvious clues in front of her. What was Gu Changa hiding? The more she understood, the more she found that she could not see through him. It was like she had fallen into an eternal trap, unable to break free. Before Jiang Chu met Gu Changa, she had placed killing the inheritors of the demonic arts and searching for the reincarnation of the human ancestor as her top priority. However, after meeting Gu Changa, she stopped searching for the reincarnation of the human ancestor. She did not even look for the inheritors of the demonic arts. In the beginning, Wang Zijin did not notice this. Until recently, she accidentally discovered that Jiang Chuchu's chastity sand had disappeared. Good Lord! She did not even need to guess to know who had taken it. It was no wonder that Jiang Chuchu, who was as calm as still water in the past, had become absent-minded. During the time she cultivated in Immortal True Academy, she could not hide her thoughts. She would occasionally go to Gu Changa's abode. With all these clues, Wang Zijin felt that she was already close to the truth of the matter. It was very likely that the reincarnation of the human ancestor had already been killed by Gu Changa, and Jiang Chuchu definitely knew about this. What was the relationship between Gu Changa and the inheritors of the demonic arts? Just as Wang Zijin's thoughts were in turmoil, a terrifying aura once again pressed down from the sky. It was as if an ancient universe had collapsed and was crushing down. It seems that you do not wish to abide by the agreement of training soldiers. In that case, everyone can stay. Gu Changa's voice was very calm. His eyes were deep and indifferent, as if there were 570 stars withering within them. His voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. It was very cold and did not seem to have any emotional fluctuations. Rumble. As he reached forward with his palm, the terrifying golden hand was like a celestial emperor suppressing the world. Heaven and earth collapsed, shattering many collapsed runes. The nearby universe was rustling and trembling. This was a world-ending scene. The endless great mist was evaporated, revealing a dry and withered earth. All of the mountain peaks and ancient peaks collapsed. All of the ancient warships that came from the 8 desolates' 10 regions released trembling noises. Endless symbols flickered, erupting with dazzling radiance. They interweaved above, wishing to resist. Wow! Countless people couldn't endure this wave of fluctuations, continuously coughing out blood. Their skins split apart, bones releasing kacha-kacha sounds. Their legs went weak, about to kneel down. Walala! Right at this time, above the 8 desolates' 10 regions, dazzling radiance suddenly appeared, dazzling and resplendent. That was an ancient banner dyed in blood. It was extremely tattered, but it was activated by a supreme expert. It suddenly fluttered about, covering the sky and covering the earth, carrying out resistance. Ancestral banner. This is my clan's ancestral banner. Back then, it was dyed in immortal blood. Black Tortoise, War, God Clan's inheritor Shen Tian's eyes suddenly released radiance, becoming a bit excited as he recognized this object. The supreme expert before him was also their clan's old ancestor, a true Tao-achieving individual. Boom! In that instant, this place erupted with endless radiance. A Tao-achieving individual took action, activating the ancestral banner, blocking Gu Changa's attack. However, there was still endless primal chaos that exploded, rushing towards the tattered cosmos in all directions. Everyone from the 8 desolates' 10 regions trembled inwardly, feeling incomparable fear. If not for the Black Tortoise, War, God Clan's old ancestor taking action, most likely, everyone would have been reduced to ashes by this palm. Oh, you dare stop me? Seeing that his attack was blocked, Gu Changa raised his eyebrows with interest and stared at the old man in front of him. According to the agreement of the battle, our 2 realms are fighting here. Your distinguished self is bullying the weak. Why is this? Could it be that this is the so-called natural disposition of the higher realms? The Black Tortoise, War, God Clan's old ancestor was named Xiangang. His face was dark, and fine scales appeared on the surface of his body, intimidating to the extreme. He stared at Gu Changa fearfully. As a Tao-achieving individual, he only managed to block Gu Changa's attack after activating the ancestral banner. Though the 9 Mountains deity seal was powerful, Gu Changa's personal strength was not to be underestimated. He had to be cautious. Oh, bullying the weak? If you are talking about age, I am not that old. Guchanga heard this and faintly smiled. Then he casually said, "After all, you were the ones who accepted the challenge. Now, you are the ones who made the first move. Do you really think that just because it is difficult for my realm's powerhouses to descend, you have nothing to fear?" Towards the end, his tone turned cold. Terrifying chi once again enveloped the area. Like a mountain flood bursting through a dam, it blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Stars rustled and fell, making people's hearts tremble. Xian Gang's expression was serious. The ancestral banner unfurled in the sky. Many rays of light intertwined and fell, forming a vast galaxy. He was very wary of Guchanga. If that is the case, then we will follow the rules of the challenge. Our two realms' heaven's favorites will fight first. I want to see if you have the right to be arrogant, he said in a low voice. His voice was very dignified. He did not want to fight with Guchanga. Is that so? Guchanga's voice was still very calm. He said, "Yihan, you will fight first." As soon as he finished speaking, in the thick fog behind him, on the ancient warship, a figure turned into a ray of light and descended. His face was cold, and there was a shocking amount of murderous intent. "I will not disappoint my master." Yihan grinned. A thick smell of blood surrounded his body. It was very terrifying. It's him. The Yiksha who killed so many of our heaven's favorites. The 8 Desolation 10 regions were in an uproar. Many heaven's favorites were furious. They recognized Yihan. He was the Yiksha who was at the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. Lin Wu's brother, Lin Qingyang, and an ancient existence of the family behind him were killed by one of Gu Changa's Dharmakaya. Everyone realized Gu Changa's intention. Their faces turned cold, and they were even more furious. He obviously wanted to provoke the 8 Desolation 10 regions. That was why he sent out this person first. He wanted to humiliate everyone. What a vicious mind. Chapter 483. Yihan was a heaven's favorite of the Yiksha tribe. Among his peers, he was one of the top 3. The Yiksha clan was an extremely famous clan in the upper realm. They had countless clansmen, and they could be found in almost every world. Because of their bloodthirstiness and brutality, they were feared by many tribes. A long time ago, Yihan was Gu Changa's follower. He had done many things for him, both openly and secretly. Last time at the Boundary Monument Sea, Yihan fought with Lin Qingyang of the 8 Barren 10 regions, dragon blood battle gods, and almost died there. Luckily, at the critical moment, Guchanga had a thought. A Dharma body of faith descended and saved his life. Therefore, Yihan's respect and admiration for Guchanga was unquestionable. He was fanatical. "My name is Yihan. I was fortunate enough to follow you for a while. Who from the 8 Barren 10 regions dares to fight me?" Yihan's figure was very tall. He had a pair of wings on his back. His skin was greenish-gray and was surrounded by strands of light. He walked over from the ancient warship. His body was shrouded in a layer of gray fog. His eyes were ferocious and bloodthirsty. He sneered at the powerhouses of the 8 Barren 10 regions. Finally, his gaze landed on the young heaven's favorites. He then made a throat-slitting gesture. He was extremely arrogant. "Young Master Changa sent Yihan first. He must have planned this a long time ago. However, although Yihan is strong among the younger generation of the upper world, he can't even be ranked in the top 100. And this doesn't include those ancient freaks who have just awakened. We can also let Yihan test the strength of the other side. Many powerhouses from the upper world noticed this. Their eyes flashed as they tried to guess Gu Changa's intention. In the end, they guessed that it was because Yihan had already fought with the heaven's favorites from the 8 Barren 10 regions. This method was undoubtedly a blow to the morale of the 8 Barren 10 regions. Compared to the upper world's people who were interested, the 8 Barren 10 regions, people's faces were gloomy. This was especially true for those who had once died at the hands of Yihan. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They had not expected Yihan to be so arrogant. Who in this world is willing to go up and fight him? The Black Tortoise Battle God clan's old ancestor, Xianggang, frowned as he glanced at the ancient warships and asked the group of young geniuses. The upper realm was so arrogant. If they showed the slightest sign of weakness and compromise at this time, it would be an even greater blow to their morale. Furthermore, the upper realm obviously wanted to see such a scene. However, after Xuanggang's question, the 8 desolates and 10 regions fell silent for a moment. Many young heaven's favorites looked at each other and saw the probing look in each other's eyes. Then they all fell silent. They were not stupid. Their previous hot-bloodedness was because they had not witnessed the cruelty of this battle with their own eyes. After witnessing Gu Changa's terrifying strength, they were extremely fearful of his followers. If he didn't have the ability, would he have been accepted as a follower by Gu Changa? Before they had a clear understanding of Yihan's true strength, if they rashly went forward, who knew what would happen to them? This was no longer a simple battle. It was a battle to the death between 2 people. In the end, only the winner could survive. Therefore, they all wanted someone to test Yihan's strength before deciding whether to fight or not. Of course, another big reason was that the clans behind them did not allow them to fight so quickly. They were worried that they would be targeted and die for no reason. For a moment, the 8 desolates and 10 regions fell into an eerie silence. The group of elders obviously did not expect this to happen. They were stunned for a moment. Then sorrow and anger appeared on their faces. On the upper realm side, everyone who saw this could not help but mock. However, they all maintained their cold expressions and did not say anything. Because of this, the people of the 8 desolates and 10 regions felt uneasy, as if they were being pressured and intimidated. No one is willing to fight first. The Black Tortoise Battle God clan's old ancestor asked again. He could not help but feel sad, but more than that, he felt helpless. He could understand their feelings. No one was willing to play around with their own lives. Of course, the strongest heaven's favorites would not choose to fight now. Otherwise, if the upper realm found out, they would think of ways to target them and kill them first. Senior, I am willing to fight. While the younger generation of the 8 desolates and 10 regions were silent, a slightly trembling voice sounded. A young heaven's favorite gritted his teeth and walked out. He was under great pressure and his face was pale. Clearly, he was nervous and uneasy. It could be seen that he was a follower of some young heaven's favorite. However, because of some reason, the master behind him was not willing to fight, and instead sent him out to fight. Many people could tell, and they felt some sympathy for this young heaven's favorite. What is your name? Xianggang sighed in his heart. Clearly he could tell as well. This caused the sorrow in his heart to become even stronger. He did not expect that the young heaven's favorite of his generation would only be willing to fight after being forced to do so. Junior's name is Zhang Batian. The young man gritted his teeth. His voice was trembling, and his expression was somewhat fearful. Although he was extremely unwilling, he did not dare to refuse. If he were to fight, he would be the only one to die. If he refused, he would implicate the clan behind him. Who was more important? It was obvious with a single glance. Everyone from the 8 desolates and 10 regions were silent. Although they all knew that this person would undoubtedly die if he went out, no one stopped him, tacitly agreeing to all of this. Or else, at a time like this, would they have to replace him? Very quickly, Zhang Batian walked towards the battlefield, trembling. His legs and stomach were spinning, and his face was full of fear. The 8 desolates and 10 regions have fallen to the point where they have to send someone like this to fight. This is truly an eye-opener for me. Gu Changa lightly shook his head. It was unclear whether his tone was a sigh or mockery. Hearing this, everyone from the 8 desolates and 10 regions' faces turned ugly. Their hatred reached the heavens. but they could not refute. Many people clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, hating their own powerlessness, hating Guchanga's coldness. Because all of this was forced by Guchanga. If he sent someone else, would this have happened? You go first. Otherwise, if I did, you would already be dead. Yihan was very cold. His eyes flickered with bloodlust and viciousness. He stood there like a long spear with an undefeatable chi. I am going to kill you, Zhang Batian shouted angrily. At this moment, his eyes were red. Since things have escalated to this point, he could no longer retreat. Boom! He made his move. He directly summoned all of his source energy. The entire place exploded with dazzling light. Torrential flames bloomed and engulfed Yihan. This was Zhang Baishan's most powerful technique, one that he rarely uses in his life. Too weak. You disappoint me. Seeing this, Yihan shook his head. His voice was still cold. He merely reached out with his claw, and his entire body disappeared from where he stood. It was as if he had merged with the wind. Many young cultivators' expressions changed. At this moment, they couldn't even find a trace of him. In the next moment, there was a cry of agony. A torrential rain of blood splattered down, mixed with some broken white bones. Zhang Baishan's entire body was torn apart. With a bang, his body and soul were destroyed. He was killed instantly. This scene was terrifying. It contained a great amount of shock and awe. Many people couldn't help but shudder. How could he fight like this? Who's next? Yihan was still cold. His silhouette reappeared where he stood. There were still traces of blood on his palm. He died just like that. He couldn't even block one attack. Many young cultivators from all over the 8 barren 10 regions were trembling. Many people's strengths were about the same as Zhang Baishan's. Doesn't this mean that if they go up, they will be torn apart in an instant and destroyed in both body and soul? Many people's hearts were filled with deep fear and desperation. He couldn't even block one attack. Shingang and the other ancient existences' expressions darkened. They didn't think that Zhang Batian couldn't even block one attack from Yihan. This was already out of their expectations. They originally thought that through Zhang Batian, they would be able to figure out Yihan's strength. What? Nobody dares to go up? Seeing the expressions of the people from the 8 desolates and 10 regions, Yihan grinned in disdain. Who wants to fight against him again? Xian Gang's expression was heavy as he asked again. After winning one battle, Yihan could have left. However, he didn't. It was obvious that he wanted to kill to his heart's content. What he just used could tear apart a half-saint. This means that his capabilities are above the saint realm or even the absolute saint realm. Many young heavens favorites from all over the 8 barren 10 regions were analyzing Yihan's capabilities and their chances of winning against him. However, still nobody dared to go up. Zhang Tianba couldn't even block one attack. The master behind Zhang Tianba was a young man wearing a long golden robe. He had a horn on his forehead that emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. He was the descendant of the golden horned dragon kind. That horn was a special gift of his kind. It contained the power of space and could easily tear apart space. Currently, he was frowning slightly and looking a bit unhappy. He glanced at the many followers behind him. Who else wants to go up and try? He said softly. Before he knows Yihan's capabilities, he won't make a move recklessly. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Nobody answered. From that attack, they had seen how powerful Yihan was. His terrifying capabilities were undefeatable. Don't even think about it. Out of the younger generation, I am not even in the top 100. If you can't even win against me, then what right do you have to fight against the rest of the people after me? What right do you have to fight against my master? Yihan glanced over everyone again and said coldly with disdain. Hearing this, all the young heavens favorites from all over the 8 barren 10 regions turned green and white. They gritted their teeth. They were young and full of energy. Even though they knew that going up now would put their lives in danger and that they would definitely die, they were still angry. However, they were still incomparably furious and sullen. They were firmly held down by the people around them, not allowing them to be impulsive. If no one from the younger generation dares to accept the challenge, then what about the older generation? If the older generation doesn't dare, then why don't we fight? Gu Changa softly smiled, not at all surprised. His silhouette seemed to be standing outside of the boundless space. It was extremely blurry and was covered by the fog. No one could see him clearly. In everyone's eyes, they could only see a terrifying silhouette that covered the sky and looked down on everything. It made their hearts tremble. Hearing this, countless people felt wronged. Even though there was no lack of hot-blooded people, the people around them didn't allow them to take risks. Because they were still very young, if they were to die here for no reason, that would be the greatest waste. I will fight against you. Just as the heavens' favorites from all over the 8 barren 10 regions were silent, a voice suddenly sounded. It was decisive, cold, and furious. Everyone looked over and saw a man in gray walking over from the ancient worship. His face was ordinary, but he had an aura that no one dared to ignore. It's him, Chubuyu. Didn't they say that he died in some historical remains? Why is he here? That's great. We finally have a powerful figure on our side. The moment they saw this person, the people from all over the 8 barren 10 regions were shocked. It was obvious that many people recognized this man in gray. Many of the older generation were overjoyed. They suddenly felt like there was hope in this battle. The man in gray was called Chubuyu. He was a young supreme being. His strength was one of the best among his peers. However, some time ago, it was said that he had accidentally entered some historical remains and died there. Many people felt that it was a pity that such a talented young heaven's favorite had fallen just like that. However, they didn't expect that Chubuyu would appear here today and give everyone a surprise. Everyone has seen Chubuyu's strength. If he takes action, we should be able to test the strength of this generation of the upper realm. Many of the younger generation whispered in their hearts. They had great confidence in Chubuyu. Chubuyu was an extremely special heaven's favorite in the 8 barren 10 regions. It was said that before he was 7 years old, he couldn't even open a spiritual sea and was scolded by his master for being stupid. Later on, he was dissatisfied with this, so he changed his name to Buyu. Since then, he displayed extraordinary perseverance and diligence to catch up with his cultivation. It could be said that Chubuyu's foundation was so solid that very few people in his generation could compare to him. Chubuyu didn't speak much and gave people a sense of honesty. However, his gaze was very sharp now. When he came to the battlefield, he didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked. Finally, someone more interesting has come. Yihan licked his blood-stained lips. Not only was he not angry, but he also laughed happily. His expression was like that of a wild beast staring at its prey. Soon, the two of them exchanged blows. Countless people from the 2 realms gathered their gazes and stared at them. A dazzling light erupted from Chubuyu's body. Every pore on his body seemed to be shining, as if he was an ancient god forged by immortal divine gold. Yihan extended his claws and attacked. Endless bloody intent swept out from behind him, drowning Chubuyu in front of him. Boom! The sound of muffled thunder resounded between heaven and earth. The void seemed to be about to collapse and crack open. Terrifying rifts appeared one after another. All kinds of brilliance and runes fluttered in the air, displaying supreme divine abilities and techniques. Fragments of laws danced in the air, transforming into all kinds of divine weapons, heavenly sabers, and battle spears. They erupted with terrifying fluctuations. The place immediately became chaotic. All kinds of divine chains of order danced chaotically, piercing through the void and into the distance, dispersing the fog. It had to be said that Chubuyu was very strong. He was more than a level stronger than Zhang Tianba. After exchanging 50 blows with Yihan, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Such a scene made the people from the 8 desolates 10 regions suddenly see hope and somewhat excited. Many young geniuses who were as famous as Chubuyu also smiled and planned to go on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of blows. Chubuyu's face gradually showed signs of strain. Bloody wounds began to appear on his body and injuries appeared. Some of the injuries were so deep that his bones could be seen. His face was slightly pale and his bones cracked. He kept retreating and dodging, no longer at his peak state. On the other hand, Yi Han looked like he had gone mad from the battle. His eyes were filled with bloodthirst and ferocity. It seemed that there was only battle in his eyes. This was the nature of the Yiksha clan. The more they fought, the braver they became, and the more they killed, the crazier they became. Finally, after 300 blows, Yi Han seized an opportunity. His divine power surged, and the top of his head was filled with blood. Then he suddenly reached forward. His hands turned into immortal blades and tore Chubuyu's body apart. Is that all you're capable of? This battle is nothing more than that. Yi Han sneered as he looked at Chubuyu, who was struggling in his hands and whose eyes were gradually dimming. He burst out with power and tore Chubuyu into pieces. Chubuyu collapsed into a bloody mist, following in the footsteps of the previous person. For a moment, the place suddenly fell silent. Everyone from the 8 desolates 10 regions was shocked and shocked. Even Chubuyu was no match for Yi Han. After 300 blows, he was killed. Although Yi Han was injured, he was still Chubuyu, an extremely famous young supreme being from the 8 desolates 10 regions. He had never been defeated. Buyu, Chubuyu's clansmen, looked sorrowful. They regretted not stopping him just now. Who else? Yi Han was already in a killing frenzy. His eyes were scarlet with bloodthirsty ferocity as he glanced at the many young supreme beings in front of him. Many people looked at him coldly. At this moment, they had more or less figured out Yi Han's strength. They felt that they could go up and fight with him to take revenge and wash away the humiliation. Come back. However, when the geniuses of the 8 desolates 10 regions were incomparably furious and wanted to go up and fight with Yi Han, Gu Changa's voice suddenly sounded. It was very calm and emotionless. It's really boring to fight one by one. Hearing this, the ferocious and bloodthirsty look on Yi Han's face quickly disappeared, and he became respectful again. Yes, master. After saying that, he turned into a divine rainbow and returned to the ancient worship behind him. Many of the geniuses from the upper world were also eager to give it a try. They wanted to go up and slaughter the people from the 8 desolates and 10 regions. From the battle, just now, they had seen the strength of the 8 desolates 10 regions and had a deeper understanding of it. Seeing this, although the geniuses of the 8 desolates 10 regions were unwilling, they didn't dare to break the rules. After all, Yi Han had won 2 battles in a row and could leave at any time. Of course, to many people, this was Gu Changa siding with him. They knew that the 8 desolates 10 regions had figured out Yi Han's strength. In the next round, they would send someone to deal with Yi Han. You all need to be careful. It seems like the young supreme beings from the upper world can't hold back anymore. Xian Gang's expression was heavy as he spoke to the geniuses behind him. Let's follow the old rules and use this place as the hunting ground. Gu Changa faintly smiled and waved his hand. The fog below the emptiness chasm dispersed, revealing the dried-up riverbed and large mountain ranges. Although they had collapsed long ago and turned into ruins, they were still vast and boundless. However, it was still vast and boundless. There were many collapsed valleys, and many powerful, ferocious beasts lived in them. They fed on the corpses of the experts who died in these valleys. Chapter 484. Thin mist surrounded this place, making it look like a dark cloud. A bone-piercing, bloody smell pervaded the air. Behind Gu Changa, footsteps sounded. Young figures appeared one after another, turning into divine rainbows as they descended. Multicolored light shone resplendently, their auras terrifying. Among these young figures, there were all the higher realms, young supreme beings, ancient freaks, including Gu Xian, Wang Zijin, and Yen, Six-Crowned King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, Heaven Fiend Monarch, War Immortal Manor's Inheritor, Sage King Palace's Inheritor. It could be said that every single one of them was far stronger than Yi Han. When they saw this scene, the expressions of many people from the 8 desolates, 10 regions, side, changed greatly, feeling an unprecedented, terrifying pressure. Even though the higher realms didn't send many young existences, every single one of them gave them an incomparably powerful feeling, oppressing the present world. These people are all so powerful, much more powerful than that Yiksha from before. The Vermilion Bird Battle God Clan's Inheritor was a woman with a pretty face, dressed in battle armor. Right now, her expression was incredibly serious. Her eyes swept over those young existences, stopping on a few women. Some people looked at her, within their eyes divine, light, brilliant, making her eyes hurt, almost shedding tears. It was as if they weren't facing a group of youngsters, but rather a group of young deities, every single one of them dazzling. They are too confident, thinking that with just these few people they can defeat us. The White Tiger Battle God Clan's Inheritor was an extremely tall and sturdy male, his pupils different. When he clenched his fists, the sounds of wind and thunder sounded, deafening. The other clan's inheritors also walked out at this moment, Lin Wu and Xiao Yang among them, the two of them having different emotions. At this point, everyone became serious, their battle intent surging, wishing to fight against the higher realms' heavenly talents. In that instant, figures flew out one after another, descending towards the hunting ground. They had long felt anger inside, wishing to vent it all here. They were all heaven warping talents, proud and arrogant, unable to find an opponent in the 8 desolates, 10 regions. Regardless of what era it was, they could all be considered supreme among their peers. Previously, he was held back by the elders and was unable to fight with Yi Han, resulting in the death of 2 geniuses. Right now, he only wanted to regain face for the 8 desolates and 10 regions, wash away the humiliation just now, and avenge the 2 of them. These geniuses from the 8 desolates, 10 regions are too weak. It's not worth our full strength. On the hunting ground, Six-Crowned King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Gu Xian, Wang Zijin, and the others all walked out. Behind them were the representatives of ancient orthodoxies. Six-Crowned King swept his eyes over the many figures in front of him, slightly shaking his head. He didn't seem to care too much about this battle, especially after witnessing the battle between Yi Han and his opponent. He was even more disappointed. In his heart, he wanted to fight with the Sky Demon Monarch and the others. I'll fight you. Right at this moment, in the distance, a heavens chosen from the 8 desolates, 10 regions rushed over, stirring up mountains and rocks, causing the ground to tremble. He was very tall and had a pair of horns. He had the bloodline of the great strength Ox demon clan. He stared at Six-Crowned King, his eyes like copper bells, releasing killing intent and anger. I didn't think that someone would actually come to seek death. It's already good enough that I didn't take the initiative to look for you. 570-inch Six-Crowned King shook his head, his expression a bit cold. At the same time, he felt like he was being looked down on. It was just like the other young existences, all of them taking the initiative to hunt down their targets. Meanwhile, he was actually hunted down by his prey. This more or less made him feel a bit uncomfortable, really wanting to kill someone. You are courting death. Six-Crowned King stared at this oxhorn male. Even though he was a bit delicate and pretty, the blood energy his entire body released was too exuberant, as if he was surrounded by a sea of blood-colored stars, bathed in unmatched divine splendor. He held the black long spear in hand, walking over step by step, his aura extremely shocking. Niu Ming, this person is not simple. Don't underestimate him. A voice sounded from high up in the sky. Xian Gang sensed how terrifying Six Crown King was. Kill! The creature named Niu Ming shouted angrily, directly taking action. His strength was great, immediately using his greatest power. Blood energy surged like rainbows, rushing out from the crown of his head, piercing through the sky dome, divine force surging around him. The two great experts fought together, shaking heaven and earth. When one's cultivation reached their level, they could already be considered at the Great Saint Realm. The destructive force they released was unimaginable, incomparably terrifying. From time to time, spear radiance would rush out, hacking down great stars. However, after just 10 moves, a muffled groan sounded, and then large amounts of blood surged out. With a pum noise, the creature named Niu Ming was penetrated by a spear, his primordial spirit and body exploding in the air. This scene shocked the experts, who were closely watching this battle in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, their minds shaken. Niu Ming was an extremely well-known young supreme being in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, his flesh extremely powerful. However, in Six Crown King's hands, he couldn't even last 5 moves before dying. This made many people's expressions become serious. Even though it looked like the 8 Desolates' 10 regions had more people, the heavenly talents of the higher realms were all incomparably terrifying. In the other directions, Gu Xian, Wang Zijin, and the others also found their targets, starting to take action. A terrifying, great battle erupted here. Heaven and earth shook intensely, sand and rocks flying everywhere, crazy winds sweeping about, shaking up the heavens. Everyone had opponents in front of them. Moreover, the 8 Desolates' 10 regions' young experts were numerous, often several of them working together to attack one person. Even though it looked a bit shameful, since the higher realms only sent out this few people, then they couldn't blame them for winning with numbers. A group of people working together still isn't a match for our higher realms' young experts. Truly laughable, this is nothing more than struggling before death. The experts of the higher realms' many powers and orthodoxies were high up in the sky this entire time. Watching this battle, their expressions extremely cold, carrying contempt. Not good. The difference is too great. Even if we have the advantage in numbers, our higher realms still aren't their match. The expression of an old monster from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions changed greatly, extremely ugly, almost coughing out a mouthful of blood. He watched as the disciple he was most proud of was smashed apart by a single palm from the other side, collapsing in the void, exploding into a blast of bloody mist. The difference in strength between the heavenly talents on their side and the other side was just too great. Even Xian Tian, this kind of black tortoise war god clan's inheritor, was at a disadvantage. His opponent was the heaven fiend monarch, continuously suppressed, his entire body shaking intensely, coughing out blood. His powerful and terrifying body, at this time, cracked like porcelain, almost collapsing. On the other side, Gu Xian, Er's dress fluttered in the wind. Her attacks were filled with immortal qi. With a wave of her hand, rays of light condensed in the void, clanging as they flew towards one of the heavenly talents in front of her. Whoosh, whoosh, she was very powerful, every inch of her skin as white as snow, glowing with a misty radiance. The heavenly sword slashed down, its sharpness peerless, as if it could cut down the stars in the sky. Buzz! At this time, there was a strange movement in the void behind her. A heavenly talent with a powerful physique, his entire body glowing, suddenly approached her. Sensing that this shockingly beautiful girl in front of him was weaker than the others, and wanted to launch a sneak attack on her. However, in the face of the 2 attacks, Gu Xian Er's expression didn't change, as if she had already sensed it. She merely threw a punch behind her. Her small white fist seemed to be carved from jade. With a rumble, it pierced through the void and blasted away the person who had ambushed her. White bone fragments splattered out, accompanied by a bloody mist, making one's heart tremble. Such a scene made her opponent's expression change. He didn't expect this girl's physique to be so terrifying. She couldn't help but retreat, fear growing in her heart. However, Gu Xian was faster. A pair of black and white wings seemed to appear on her back, and she suddenly streaked across the sky, catching up with her and killing her quickly. After dealing with the two of them, Gu Xian glanced at the sky and saw that Gu Changa had been paying attention to her. She snorted. Although she knew that Gu Changa was worried about her, she still felt that she was underestimated by Gu Changa. Seeing this, the other heavenly talents from the 8 barren 10 regions were very afraid of her. They didn't dare to approach her and quickly retreated. "What's your relationship with this girl?" Xian Gang, who had been watching the battle closely, noticed that Gu Changa seemed to be paying special attention to this girl and couldn't help but squint his eyes and ask, "What?" Gu Changa retracted his gaze and looked at him with interest. "If you dare to have any ideas about her, I will kill you right now." Feeling Gu Changa's undisguised murderous intent, even though Xian Gang was a cultivator, he couldn't help but turn pale at this moment. A chill ran down his spine, and he shuddered. This old man is just asking. He snorted coldly, not wanting to appear weak in front of everyone from the 8 barren 10 regions. However, the dirty thoughts that just arose also disappeared. Although it seemed like they could use this girl to threaten Gu Changa, obviously, before they could capture this girl, Gu Changa would kill them. That better be the case. "Do you think that with the empty space abyss protecting you all, you will be safe?" Gu Changa faintly smiled. His gaze turned strange as he looked at the ancient battleships from the 8 barren 10 regions. Though they were inside the empty space abyss, they weren't too far away from here. If he wanted to, he could actually make these people stay here. However, doing so would expose many of his tricks. Therefore, Gu Changa was still waiting for the right time. The empty space abyss won't be able to protect the 8 barren 10 regions for long. To the people from the 8 barren 10 regions, Gu Changa's declaration of war was very likely to stall for time and wait for the upper world's army to arrive. Therefore, they didn't know that Gu Changa had a backup plan. He was merely waiting for the right time. The 8 barren 10 regions didn't know that the Tian Lu Xiannu would surrender to Gu Changa. "What are you trying to say?" Xian Gang obviously didn't expect Gu Changa to say this. He frowned. The ancient existences behind him didn't understand as well. Why would Gu Changa say this at a time like this? "Of course I am trying to make you all stay here." Gu Changa faintly smiled. His expression didn't change at all. However, Xian Gang and the others' expressions changed. They were a little uncertain. "What do you mean? You want to make us stay here forever? Just by yourself?" Xian Gang frowned and said in a low voice. He didn't know why Gu Changa said this at all. They had the empty space abyss behind them. They could retreat in at any time. Without the correct route, the upper world wouldn't dare to chase in at all. "Of course, by myself." Gu Changa still had a casual expression. His gaze slowly swept across the hunting ground below. Then he shook his sleeve. It seemed that the vast all-heaven starfield appeared. Rumble! The great Tao rumbled. Billions of divine chains of laws turned into a waterfall and rushed in from all directions as if they were going to refine this world. Such a shocking change instantly shocked countless people from the 8 barren 10 regions who rushed here. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation. The universe trembled. Every inch of the void was filled with a vast and terrifying aura of a supreme expert. It made people's souls tremble as if they were about to be torn apart. Gu Changa's avatar sat cross-legged in the sky, as if he was the master of the heavens. Endless silver divine flames surrounded him, as if they could burn everything into ashes. In the depths of the empty space abyss, rumbling sounds could be heard. It was as if a magnificent army was galloping, wanting to kill all the heavens. The terrifying murderous aura came from behind the people from the 8 barren 10 regions. All of a sudden, everyone was a little dumbstruck and overwhelmed with shock. Why would a great army from the higher realms appear there and want to encircle and annihilate them? How did they enter the depths of the empty space abyss? What's going on? At this moment, not to mention the people from the 8 barren 10 regions, even the people from the upper world were stunned. They looked at everything in shock. Many of the geniuses who were fighting in the hunting ground were also shocked. Some of them didn't expect it at all. The avatars of the other supreme experts also didn't expect such a shocking change at all. Before this, Gu Changa didn't tell them at all. How did you do it? Xian Gang's expression became ugly to the extreme, inwardly shocked and furious. He never expected the great army of the upper world to slaughter their way over, moreover with such shocking momentum. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Kill him. Apart from him, the others aren't a threat. As long as the Boundary Monument Sea hasn't dried up, the Tao-achieving experts of their world won't be able to cross over. We only need to kill him, another supreme expert said, coming from the Green Life clan. His expression was extremely gloomy, not wishing to waste words, directly taking action. He released a streak of resplendent, green, multicolored light, endless immortal light spreading outwards, as if it was a stellar river. This was his powerful ancestral method, containing terrifying corrosive force, yellow springs water within, able to derive the profound mysteries of life and death. When it reached great success, it could even corrode the cosmos. The other supreme experts of the 8 barren 10 regions also took action, all of them displaying powerful methods. Light shone brilliantly, illuminating this expanse of the heavens, making the void collapse. The long river of time was faintly discernible, the world shaking, sun and moon exploding. This was the most powerful attack of the Tao-achieving realm. It was to the extent where there was an incomparably ancient expert who took action, a great hand moving across the sky, pushing down the great Tao, wishing to smash down, blast Gu Changa to death. This scene was too horrifying, simply about to destroy heaven and earth, everything returning to primal chaos, all natural laws blasted to pieces. What is going on? Why did a great battle suddenly break out? The ancient warships were all trembling one after another, battered by this wave of fluctuations. They could only raise protective barriers to defend themselves. Many people from the 2 realms still didn't react to what was going on. They originally thought that this was just a battle between the younger generation of the 2 realms. They never expected the Tao-achieving experts to take action. Not good! The expressions of many Tao-achieving experts from the higher realms changed greatly. They were just magical bodies, completely no match for this group of people. At most, they could only resist for a moment. However, at this time they still rushed out, trying to share a bit of the pressure for Gu Changa. Meanwhile, at this time, the 9 mountains' immortal imprint above Gu Changa's head shone, as if there was a tsunami of power that converged towards him. Today, all of you can just stay behind. He spoke calmly, his expression completely unperturbed. He took action, displaying an ancient method. It was as if mountains, rivers, sun, and moon appear behind him, surrounding the entire world, covering the heavens. Hung Long Long, millions and millions of streaks of multicolored light surged, divine light interweaving, resplendent and dazzling, as if it was the great Tao light of the cosmos. Around his palm and fingers, countless celestial bodies appeared, all of them brought down by the great hand from outer space. They were extremely massive, rumbling as they moved, carrying chaotic energy. It was extremely shocking, crushing down. Even if the 9 mountains' immortal imprint is in your hands, you are still just one person. How are you going to face us? The expression of that life green race's Tao-achieving expert was extremely cold, directly turning into his original body, an incomparably mysterious and ancient heaven-reaching giant tree. Endless radiance scattered down, towering in the cosmos, as if it could support and split apart everything. Vines that were like stellar streams hacked towards Gu Changa one after another, like divine swords. The other Tao-achieving experts seized this opportunity, similarly not holding back. Since Guchanga made a move against them first, they naturally wouldn't let go of this great opportunity to kill him. There was someone who also displayed his original body, an enormous 9-headed golden bird. Every single one of them as if they were forged from unmatched immortal gold. They flowed with brilliant colors, falling down in order. He released an exceptionally vicious sound, wishing to refine this cosmos, attacking Guchanga. Millions and millions of creatures trembled under this type of terrifying fluctuation, their souls seemingly about to collapse. Many younger generation experts who are currently fighting also stopped, watching everything with shaken hearts. They all had magical artifacts on them to protect themselves, preventing them from being blasted to death by these shockwaves. Guchanga faced 3 Dao achieving experts by himself fighting there, even though in their opinion, this was because he had the support of the 9 Mountains Immortal Imprint, this supreme treasure, as well as the other supreme experts of the higher realms descending here. All of them resisting together was still enough to be horrified. Apart from proving that the 9 Mountains Immortal Imprint was extraordinary, this was already enough to prove how terrifying Guchanga's own strength was. Just what kind of level has his own strength reached? 6 Crown King and the others trembled slightly inside, long unable to produce any thoughts of competing against Guchanga. This type of difference already couldn't be described as a heavenly mote. Chi. In the depths of the cosmos, a great battle overflowed into the heavens, shocking everyone. Guchanga's expression didn't change. When he saw the profound handle rush over, he directly sent a finger over. Dark red, pitch black, primal chaos, all types of terrifying sword energy suddenly pierced through this cosmos, descending on the profound handle. This was his method, containing unmatched defensive power. Puff! Immediately afterwards, the profound handle's arm was pierced through, carrying blood. Even the powerful black, tortoise body also collapsed. Even now, you all still don't understand. At the next moment, Guchanga's expression was cold, his voice still calm and indifferent. A palm reached over. It was a large golden hand, boundless and boundless, palm patterns clear, as if it was the palm of heaven. Chaotic energy swirled about, a stellar domain appearing within. Puff! The expression of the Green Clan who turned into a true body changed greatly, not a match. The heaven-reaching giant tree was crushed by a palm, his body exploding, breaking apart into pieces. His primordial spirit burned, wishing to use an unmatched secret method to escape. However, Guchanga already anticipated this. The space between his brows shone, a primordial spirit little figure walking out. It opened its mouth, releasing a roar, spitting out a resplendent stream of stars, turning into a bronze immortal sword, instantly seriously injuring him. In that short period of time, those who achieved the Tao were all injured, making everyone on the 8 Desolates, 10 regions, ancient worship shiver in fear. They couldn't help but tremble, some even feeling despair. Kill! When the other experts of the higher realms saw this, they also shouted loudly. On the ancient worship behind them, a great army overflowed into the heavens, slaughtering their way over. In the depths of realm space abyss, a gate of light shone brilliantly. Within an altar that had long been forged, a great army was also slaughtering its way over, surrounding everyone from the 8 Desolates, 10 regions, ancient worship, sealing off their path of retreat. Chapter 485. This battle shocked everyone. Whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, they all felt a wave of fear and tremble. Guchanga was too strong. Before this, his combat strength was already in a mess. Now, with the support of a supreme treasure like the 9 Mountains deity seal, he even displayed the terrifying strength of a Tao attainment expert. The 3 Tao attainments experts from the 8 Desolates, 10 regions fought with him and were severely injured in a short time. Some of them even exploded, and their primordial spirits almost collapsed. Such a scene really made all the living beings in the 8 desolates, 10 regions, feel despair. It was not that the Tao attainments experts in their world were not strong, but Gu Changa's strength was really unbelievable. The battle broke out in an instant. In the depths of the starry sky, the sky was filled with light talismans, shaking the 9 heavens. The void trembled like a sieve as it was pierced through by strands of light and aura. The terrifying army swept over like a tidal wave, shaking the heavens and the earth. There were sounds of killing in the sky and on the ground. Boom! The ancient warships of the 2 worlds were shining. Many runes inscribed on them evolved and appeared between heaven and earth. In the end, they turned into beams of light as thick as mountains, bombarding the front. Countless living beings died tragically under such fluctuations. A crack was forcibly opened in the torrent-like army. In the sky, a supreme pinnacle sky-swallowing sparrow appeared. It opened its mouth and spat out a silver moon-long blade. Runes flashed explosively. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was going to fill the sky. In front of the 8 desolates, 10 regions, several great saints were blocking the attacking army. But in an instant, they were shattered by the aura of the silver moon-long blade. Damn it! Let's attack together. Don't let it succeed. The other supreme beings shouted, their eyes burning with anger. They worked together to kill this vicious bird. Today, you will all die here sooner or later. There won't be any accidents. The sky-swallowing sparrow sneered. It came from the ancient royal family of the upper world. Its aura was terrifying, and its green eyes were the size of small mountains. It spread its wings and tore through the sky, arriving in an instant. Under this attack, countless living beings turned into a bloody mist and exploded. So strong, supreme pinnacle, just half a step away from the quasi-emperor realm. The 3 supreme beings' faces suddenly paled. Under this aura, they trembled. The divine symbols on the surface of their bodies broke apart and began to split apart. Blood gushed out, making them look incomparably terrifying. Boom! In another direction, within the ancient warships, flying ships, and demonic mountains, black mists overflowed. 5-colored divine light flickered about. There were experts who appeared, following the great army to fight outside realm space abyss. Murderous cries could be heard from these ancient warships. Creatures and cultivators began to appear, charging down like a tide. Their auras were monstrous. There were half-saints, saints, paragon saints, and even paragons. This was an extremely powerful battle force that came from different powers. Kill! They shouted loudly, incomparably excited and stirred up, carrying bloodthirst. The 3 Tao attainments have been held back by young Master Chang'e. How can the 8 desolates and 10 regions block it? The moment the 2 armies clashed, the 8 desolates and 10 regions were no match for them. Everyone felt a great sense of panic, especially when they heard the sounds of killing coming from behind them. They couldn't help but tremble. They were surrounded. There were pursuers in front of them, no path of retreat behind them. Damn it, turns out the higher realms already planned this a long time ago. Right at this moment, they also understood. They were shocked and furious. When they accepted this challenge, the higher realms already set up a trap, drawing them all here in an attempt to catch them all in one fell swoop. Before this, they never would have thought that a great army would slaughter their way over from behind them. Moreover, why would a great army from the higher realms appear in the depths of realm space abyss? How did they enter, and how did they set up an ambush? Doubts appeared one after another in their minds. Unfortunately, there was already no one who could provide them with answers. Kill! The higher realms' great sects experts commanded the great army behind them, slaughtering their way over like sharp blades. All creatures that tried to resist along the way were torn to pieces, turning into bloody mist, collapsing between heaven and earth. Bloody mist drifted between heaven and earth. The vast and mighty great army was like chives, continuously falling, torn apart by the higher realms experts that slaughtered their way over. The two armies clashed. In terms of numbers, the 8 desolates and 10 regions didn't have the advantage at all. Meanwhile, this was still because the higher realms' great army hadn't all arrived yet. The many heavenly talents who fought against the 8 desolates and 10 regions' younger generation in the hunting ground all had different expressions. It seems like there is already no need for us to take action. The heaven demon, sovereign, said softly. He sent Xian Tian flying with a single palm strike. He was extremely powerful, known his opponent. Even the Black Tortoise Battle God clan's inheritor was defeated. Vermilion Bird Battle God clan. I wonder what your relationship is with the Vermilion Bird clan of the higher realms. Wang Zijin wore a light blue long dress. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, a faint smile on her face. With a wave of her jade hands, streak after streak of silver vines interweaved in the void. In the end, they turned into divine weapons and shot forward, making the Vermilion Bird Battle God clan's inheritor cough out blood. His body trembled intensely, many terrifying cracks appearing on his body. There was no need to doubt her beauty. Few women in this world could compare to her. Her skin was sparkling, flickering with a moving radiance. However, her strength was extremely terrifying. In the eyes of many heavenly talents, she was even more mysterious than the heaven demon sovereign, 6 crown king, and the others. From start to finish, she seemed extremely relaxed. Retreat. Don't continue fighting. At the hunting ground, the expressions of all the heavenly talents from the 8 desolates, 10 regions, changed greatly. They wanted to flee this place. Xiaoyang, Linwu, and the others were no exception. They never thought that Gu Changa would be so vicious, setting up a trap and luring them here. Now that things had developed to this point, if they stayed here, they would inevitably lose their lives. Even the 8 desolates, 10 regions experts were injured. They would definitely become the targets of many people. They would want to get rid of them as soon as possible. Open the spatial altar. Let's leave as many as we can, send the younger generation away. They can't die here. The higher-ups of the various clans should take this opportunity to leave as well. As for the remaining people, we can only stay here and stall for time. On the ancient warship, many of the older generation were very decisive at this moment. Their expressions were gloomy, understanding that this battle was likely to result in certain death. All of them might very well die here. They immediately decided to activate the spatial altar and send the younger generation away, preserving their flame and hope. Of course, the spatial altar couldn't hold that many people, so they had to be willing to part with them. Some of the younger generation who weren't that talented could only give up on this place. Those with high cultivation and the higher-ups of the various clans had to be sent away at this moment. They were all valuable people to the 8 desolates, 10 regions. Once they died, it would have a great impact on the clans behind them. Hearing this, many of the older generation's eyes flashed. Although the spatial altar was rare, each of them had a lot of them. However, if they left now, they would be in great danger. The spatial barrier here had probably been shattered due to the battle between the enlightened ones. It wouldn't be able to support many cultivators escaping. It might even cause a spatial storm, causing greater danger. Moreover, the upper realm would probably not let them leave in peace. Thinking of this, they frowned even more. Even if they wanted to escape now, they had to wait for the right time. Those who escaped first would definitely become the target of the upper realm. Let's arrange for some people to die, first to lower the upper realm's vigilance. We'll look for a chance to escape. This is a good idea. Now that things have come to this is the only way. Then they ordered their clansmen behind them to gather their people, planning to let them escape through the spatial altar first. Buzz! There was a spatial fluctuation here, followed by an ancient and mysterious altar that appeared in the void. It looked like a door of light, but this door was not stable. It was affected by the space here and showed signs of breaking. They're trying to escape, A powerhouse from the upper realm noticed this and quickly took action. A palm flew across the sky and slammed down, trying to stop them. However, this spatial door did not last long and soon collapsed. A series of screams came from within, accompanied by a bloody mist. The cultivators who had just entered were all crushed by the spatial turbulence. They were instantly destroyed in body and soul. This scene stunned many people from the upper realm. Then they couldn't help but laugh and say, "These people are panicking. Even if we don't do anything, they will die tragically in the void." The shockwaves from the battle between the enlightened ones have already shattered the space here. No one can escape. Then they did not care about those who tried to escape through the spatial altar. Instead, they focused on the cultivators who were protected by many people and killed them. We've lowered their vigilance. The eyes of some of the older generation from the 8 Desolation 10 regions flashed as they breathed a sigh of relief. This method was tantamount to a gecko cutting off its tail, but it could still secretly send some people away. While the 2 armies were fighting in the sky, the battle between the 3 enlightened ones from the 8 Desolation 10 regions and Guchanga had already reached the deepest part of the universe, far away from here. Xiangang and the others were almost in a frenzy. The mighty emperor's aura swept across the entire universe, shattering the sky and shaking the stars. In their opinion, Guchanga was just borrowing the power of an external object. Although the 9 Mountains deity seal was strong, there was a limit. As long as they continued to fight with Guchanga, Guchanga had not achieved the Tao, so he could not win against the 3 of them. In the end, he would be defeated. Boom! The brilliance here was too dazzling. Huge palms crossed the universe, and even the stars were as small as dust. This was the power of the enlightened ones. Some people's bodies collapsed, but they quickly reformed. Their primordial spirits were immortal and almost impossible to destroy. Guchanga, you are not an enlightened one after all. Your power will be exhausted sooner or later, Xiangang shouted angrily. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The bones in his hand were broken, and white bone fragments splattered everywhere. Guchanga's palm landed on his body, and a rumbling sound like the universe was collapsing rang out. The black tortoise's body was incomparably strong, even comparable to the immortal gold. But at this moment it could not withstand and was penetrated. The other 2 enlightened ones did not have it easy either, especially the green race's patriarch, whose true body was penetrated by Guchanga. His body was covered in blood, and his injuries were severe. He had already rebuilt his body several times. If it were not for his strong vitality and the fact that he mainly cultivated his primordial spirit, it would not be as simple as just a serious injury. Do you know why I lured you here? Guchanga smiled faintly when he heard this, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. In the sky above his head, the 9 Mountains deity seal floated up and down, and a boundless golden divine light fell from it. It had a divine intent of invulnerability. He still had a casual expression on his face. He was not surprised by the thoughts of Xiangang and the others. This place was already infinitely far away from the Empyrean abyss, reaching the depths of this universe. Even the 2 armies on the battlefield could only feel some fluctuations of battle and could not see what was happening here clearly. What do you mean by that? Xiangang frowned, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Because, from the beginning to the end, Guchanga's expression was too relaxed, and no one could guess his limit at all. They did not even know what state Guchanga was in now. And now, his words revealed some unknown plans. He was really afraid of Guchanga to the extreme. Because Guchanga did not show his emotions, they could not guess his thoughts at all. If Guchanga showed some surprise or uneasiness, they would be able to breathe a sigh of relief. She begged for fresh flowers, but Guchanga did not. This feeling of everything being under control made them tremble slightly, and they felt deeply uneasy. This guy is just putting on a strong show. He has exhausted all his tricks, and is just saying this to scare us. As cultivators who have attained the Tao, we are already in such a state. How can a mere junior like him overturn the heavens? The face of the old ancestor of the Green Life clan sank. At this moment he did not care about anything, and the cultivation of his whole body burned, turning into a monstrous, green, divine fire. That was a massive amount of life essence. Like a tsunami, it surged towards Gu Changa and drowned her. "Brother, don't underestimate the enemy." Seeing the scene, the uneasiness in Xuangong's heart grew stronger, and he wanted to stop the old ancestor of the Green Life clan, but it was already too late. In his horrified expression, the universe in front of him suddenly darkened, as if the eternal night had descended, and the heavens and realms fell into eternal dusk. A terrifying bottle of the great Tao appeared in the sky, and only a vague outline could be seen. It was floating there, and endless black light drooped down. Those black lights were formed from endless rules and order, and the laws of the great Tao contained unimaginable power of heaven and earth. The heavens and realms and the eternal space and time seemed to collapse because of this shake. This was an unfathomable and indescribable supreme power. Buzz! At this moment, the life source formed by the old ancestor of the Green Life clan was like a clay ox entering the sea, and was swallowed by the terrifying bottle of the great Tao. "What is this?" A look of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. He never thought that his full-powered attack would be so easily neutralized by Gu Changa. "This is the first time I've seen someone in a hurry to die. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Gu Changa's expression was calm, his eyes were still calm, and his words were without the slightest ripple. Zero as his words fell, the universe in front of him was suddenly drowned by a terrifying black light. Gu Changa shook his hand lightly, and the 8 Desolation demon, Halberd, appeared, letting out a trembling sound. The universe was destroyed, and everything was in chaos. Boom! It was a halberd light that swept over, crossing the heavens and earth. It was incomparable, and all things in the heavens seemed to be affected. With a poochie sound, it pierced through the old ancestor of the Green Life clan. Then, with a bang, he shattered into pieces. White bone fragments splattered everywhere, including his primordial spirit. He was split open and turned into ashes. Until the moment of his death, his face was still filled with fear, disbelief, deep shock, and regret. How is this possible? Xiangang and the other Tao attainment expert were stunned. Their words were trembling, and their faces were pale. They didn't expect that the old ancestor of the Green Life clan would be split open by Gu Changa in just a single exchange, and his body and soul were destroyed. All the life aura disappeared as if it had never appeared. The shock of this scene was so great that it almost made them wonder if this was an illusion. "Now it's your turn." After killing a Tao attainment expert with one strike, Gu Changa's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if he had done something not worth mentioning. He looked at Xiangang and the other Tao attainment expert and said indifferently. Above his head, the 9 Mountains immortal seal was trembling slightly. This was the fear of something with spirituality towards some great and terrifying things. At this moment, it felt the terror of the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. It was the ultimate power of destruction. "Who exactly are you?" the other Tao attainment expert, who was a 9-headed golden bird, said with a trembling voice, and her scalp went numb. This was the first time she had seen a Tao attainment expert being killed, and so easily. This was something that she didn't dare to imagine before. The shock and horror that this scene gave her was too great. Even her soul was trembling, and she was terrified to the extreme. They were Tao attainment's experts who were invincible in the world. Now that the immortal realm didn't appear, it meant that they were invincible. "Run!" Xiangang reacted quickly. His face was pale and filled with fear. He never thought that Gu Changa had hidden so deeply. It seemed that the mountain lords of the 9 mountains had already met with misfortune. In the first instant, he transformed into his original form, which was even larger than the galaxy, and fled into the distance. But in the next moment, a red light was faster than him. It looked like a sword chi, but the whistling sound made the long river of time become chaotic, and the entire universe seemed to be cut in half. The immortal slaying gourd shone and appeared in Gu Changa's hand. At the mouth of the gourd, a red light spurted out and turned into a terrifying sword chi. It caught up with Xiangang in an instant and circled around his neck. Poof! A monstrous rain of blood appeared, drowning this part of the universe. A huge head of the black tortoise rolled down, and there was still fear in its eyes. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. Seeing this, the Dao attainment expert, who was a 9-headed golden bird, was scared out of her wits. She didn't dare to run at all. Although she had extreme speed, she didn't dare to say that she could escape from this sword chi. Even Xiangang, who had a terrifying body, was beheaded by this sword chi, let alone her. Looks like you're smart. You didn't run away. Gu Changa smiled faintly. Hearing this, the 9-headed golden bird couldn't help but feel happy. She suddenly saw hope. But it's a pity that all of you have to die today. Otherwise, my identity will be exposed. But in the next moment, Gu Changa's regretful words sounded, which made her face turn pale. Her whole body trembled, and she instantly fell into despair. Koof! Once again, a monstrous blood-red light filled the sky. In the end, everything became dead silent. The entire universe was in ruins. The chaotic energy rushed out in all directions, as if it was going to drown the heaven and earth. There were no waves or traces left behind. Ordinary. Chapter 486. Rumble. Blood rained down, and an earth-shattering sound could be heard. Gu Changa sat cross-legged in the depths of the universe. He opened his mouth and roared, and the galaxy-like life source kept converging toward him. Beside him seemed to have turned into a blood-colored cocoon. Then a slender figure walked over from afar. She was not surprised at all when she saw this. Their strength is much weaker than the 9 mountain lords. Gu Changa opened his eyes and seemed to sigh regretfully. They have only attained the Tao for a short time. Naturally, they can't compare to the 9 mountain lords. The Empyrean deer, mystic fairies' eyes flashed slightly. She felt that Gu Changa's strength had become much stronger. With this speed of improvement, it would not be long before he stepped into the threshold of the Nirvana path. It was no wonder that the younger generation was left behind by Gu Changa without a trace of her back. How's the passage in the Empyrean abyss? Gu Changa nodded. There was a strange look on his face. Then he gently raised his hand and slapped himself. Suddenly, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Then his entire aura quickly withered as if he had suffered a serious injury. Seeing this, the Empyrean deer mystic fairy was stunned. She felt that Gu Changa seemed to be quite familiar with this. It was obvious that he had done this many times. The passage in the Empyrean abyss has been stabilized. The upper realm can attack at any time. Soon, she recovered and said with a complicated expression, "Naturally, this passage was stabilized by her personally. That's good. It's a pity that the 3 of them escaped in the end." "It's really a pity," Gu Changa nodded and then sighed regretfully. The Empyrean deer, mystic fairy's eyes were sparkling. She stared at him and suddenly understood Gu Changa's plan. The matter of him facing off against 3 accomplished Tao was already horrifying enough to shock the present age. If he didn't suffer any injuries, people would suspect him even more. That was because his current strength was so strong that it made people feel unimaginable. If Gu Changa's hidden identity was exposed, he would probably face a situation where the entire world was his enemy in the blink of an eye. At that time, the entire upper realm would probably not tolerate him. Obviously, Gu Changa had done this not just once or twice. "What? You want to use this to threaten me?" Gu Changa noticed her expression and smiled playfully. "Young Master Gu, are you afraid that I will be threatened?" The Empyrean deer mystic maiden shook her head slightly with a faint smile on her lips. Of course not. Guchanga smiled and reached out to stroke her face. Finally, his hand landed on her snow-white and delicate neck. Because it's actually not difficult for me to pinch you to death. Then a great golden path appeared beneath their feet, tearing apart the cosmos here, leaving this place. Boom! And at this moment, at the place where the two armies were fighting, in the midst of the endless slaughter, there was the sound of the great path rumbling. The void was trembling. Light shone resplendently, and the aura was heavy. It was as if a passage had been blasted through. It was as if some kind of majestic and terrifying existence was about to burst out. This powerful wave, who is breaking through the void, hurrying over here. A few powerful existences from the higher realms immediately sensed this. They were incomparably shocked, but at the same time they were extremely confused. It seems that the reinforcements from the 8 desolates and 10 regions have sensed the fluctuations and rushed over. Someone guessed, his gaze somewhat gloomy. Boom! Streams of terrifying divine senses swept out and collided with the void. They were like incomparably sharp, heavenly blades. This was the pure power of the primordial spirit. It was the supreme realm, and it could easily crush everything. With a loud bang, it was as if a star had exploded, and the front collapsed with a bang. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing, and the universe was trembling violently. Chaos surged, and the aura of the creation of heaven and earth was swallowed, drowning everything. Ah! Suddenly a loud cry was heard. The expression of an immemorial royal family paragon changed drastically, and he felt as if his body was about to explode. For a moment, all the light in this place disappeared, and even the sound of battle disappeared. An incomparably resplendent golden divine sword that was like a brilliant sun slashed down with oppressive killing intent. Uft! The screams disappeared as the primordial imperial family's supreme being was brutally killed. The void split open, and a spatial passage was opened. A blurry figure walked out. He looked quite young, but it was difficult to hide the vicissitudes of life. White fog floated around him, and his eyes were like cold stars as he stood in the void. Behind this figure was the mighty army of the 8 desolates, 10 regions. Obviously, they had heard the news of this place being surrounded and quickly came to support according to the spatial coordinates of the Jikanjayuan. The moment they saw him, everyone from the 8 desolates, 10 regions was stunned at first, then burst into loud cries of surprise. Everyone was excited and happy as they recognized who the person was. It's the young master of the Great Cloud Lake region. He has come to support us. Great, we've been waiting for reinforcements. A cultivator said excitedly, suddenly seeing hope and despair. The 8 desolates, 10 regions was the general name of the 8 desolates and the 10 regions. The Great Cloud Lake region was one of the 10 regions. Even if there were many ancient races in one of the regions, they had to abide by the rules of that region, and the leader of each region had a supreme status. The man who suddenly appeared was the young master of the Great Cloud Lake region. His name was Zhao Yunze, and his talent was terrifying. He was the number 1 person of his generation 60 million years ago. His cultivation had reached the quasi-emperor realm many years ago, and now it was even more unfathomable. Everyone escape along the passage. I'll cover the rear. Zhao Yunze looked very young and valiant. Even his hair was shining brightly. After appearing here, the first thing he did was to raise his hand and shoot out a terrifying sword chi that was like a star, blocking the upper world army that was trying to chase in front of him. This sword slashed out, containing a brilliant might that could not be looked at directly. It was surging and vast, as if it could split heaven and earth. He directly forced back countless upper world army. 1 person could stop millions of soldiers. He stood under the sky, his entire body shrouded in fog. His eyes were deep in calm, and he had a kind of invincible appearance. Behind him, many experts rushed over to support, responsible for covering everyone. Under this sword, Even the quasi-emperor level super experts of the upper world had a slight change in expression, and their hearts palpitated. This person was very strong, and his strength was not something they could compare to. As expected of young Master Yunza, he single-handedly blocked so many upper world army. Too strong. This scene made everyone in the 8 Desolation 10 regions excited. Even the younger generation, such as Xian Tian, looked at him with some respect. After all, this was the strongest person of his generation 60 million years ago. His cultivation was so strong that no one could defeat him. Now, his strength was even more unfathomable. As soon as he appeared, he showed his invincible appearance. This person seems to be quite famous in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. So many people recognize him. But it seems that he wants to buy time. But can he stop our army of millions by himself? Many ancient existences of the upper world's orthodoxies' eyes flashed as they guessed Zhao Yunza's identity. Then they sneered. Rumble. They were the first to attack. A terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth. Previously, they were no match for the 3 enlightened masters of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. But facing Zhao Yunza, they were not afraid. Unrighteousness leads to self-destruction. The upper world has done all kinds of evil. Sooner or later, retribution will come. Zhao Yunza's expression was very cold, especially after seeing the heavy casualties of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. His expression became even colder. Moreover, in the depths of Realm Space Abyss, there was actually a higher world army that appeared. They wanted to capture everyone here in one fell swoop. This could only mean that there was a traitor in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Moreover, it was someone with a high status who had a deep understanding of the changes in Realm Space Abyss. Otherwise, there was no way the higher world army could enter Realm Space Abyss in such a short amount of time. As for who exactly this traitor was, that had to be investigated after this matter was over. Right now, the most important thing was to bring everyone back to the 8 Desolation 10 regions and leave this place. When he thought of this, Zhao Yunza swept his eyes over everyone. He ordered the people behind him to bring the younger generation away first. Soon after, a terrifying great battle erupted here. The starry sky trembled like a sieve that was pierced through. Terrifying cracks appeared one after another. Many ancient existences of the higher world all displayed their most powerful methods, fighting against Zhao Yunza. Light shone brilliantly. This place immediately became blurry. All of the techniques were evolving, laws colliding, great Tao rumbling. It was as if they crossed through time and space, slaughtering their way into the muddle-headed era. Kill. Meanwhile, from the spatial passage behind Zhao Yunza, a large army slaughtered their way out, fighting against the people of the higher world army in front of them. At the same time, they covered the many heavenly talents and higher-level figures, retreating from this place. It had to be said that Zhao Yunza's strength was extremely terrifying. When fighting against many ancient existences at the half-emperor realm, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Sword energy swept out from his body. The stars that had long collapsed even more so exploded under the aftershocks, turning into ashes. This person's strength is extremely strong. If they were at the same cultivation realm, I feel like he would be a powerful opponent. The Sky Fiend Monarch, 6-Crown King, wore immortal Manor's inheritor, and the others already returned to the ancient warship, watching this terrifying great battle from the distance. If Zhao Yunza didn't suddenly rush over, this battle might have already ended. However, just like how Gu Chang'e arranged a backup plan that caught the 8 Desolation 10 regions off guard, Zhao Yunza's support also came. The people of the higher world army also didn't expect Zhao Yunza's support, catching them off guard. If young Master Chang'e didn't arrange that backup plan, we might have suffered greatly today. A heavenly talent said softly. He felt that Zhao Yunza's sudden attack wasn't an accident, but rather something that the 8 Desolation 10 regions had long planned. Their goal was to catch them off guard. However, because of Gu Chang'e's plan, Zhao Yunze appeared to provide support. I wonder where young Master Chang'e is now. Fighting against 3 Dao achievers, even with his strength, I'm afraid he will be at a disadvantage. Although from the previous situation, young Master Chang'e has a lot of advantages. As time goes on, it will still be dangerous. Young Master Chang'e is still too young. If he is given a bit more time, he should be able to fight against a true Dao achiever. A few people couldn't help but say, gazing into the distant depths of the universe. The fluctuations there seemed to have calmed down. It seemed that the curtains of that terrifying battle should have come to an end. This made many people worried. If the 3 Dao achievers from the 8 Desolation 10 regions came back, they would still be in danger. Hearing this, Gu Xian's brows slightly furrowed. It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Gu Chang'e, but 3 Dao achievers were already close to invincible existences in the higher world. She didn't know how Gu Chang'e had destroyed the 9 mountains, but thinking about it, without the help of the Gu clan's ancestor, Gu Chang'e couldn't have done it alone. This battle wouldn't be easy for him. The 8 Desolation 10 regions only want to retreat. They have a lot of people, but compared to our army, they are still far behind. At this moment, someone saw the 8 Desolation 10 regions' intention. Almost everyone was rushing to where Zhao Yunze was, wanting to retreat through the space passage that they had opened. However, after this battle, even if the people from the 8 Desolation 10 regions could escape, they would suffer heavy losses. Now, less than 1/10 of their original army was left. Even a number of quasi-emperors had been killed because of the encirclement. Their blood mist was still floating in the universe. Retreat. Seeing that most of the people from the various tribes had already evacuated, Zhao Yunze's face darkened. He suddenly shouted in a low voice. His whole body was like a small sun. His hair suddenly glowed, and every strand of hair danced, turning into unparalleled sword qi. Their sharpness was overwhelming, and they slashed in all directions. At this moment, it was as if there were thousands of sword qi slashing down, boundless and brilliant. Every one of them was incomparably terrifying. Those below the boundary emperor realm couldn't block it at all. This was one of his secret techniques, and it required a lot of origin energy, but he couldn't care less at this moment. Seeing this, many ancient existences who were fighting with him looked a little gloomy. They had to resist and couldn't continue to attack. Moreover, these thousands of sword qi didn't just slash at them, but more of them appeared on the ancient warships behind them. Zhao Yunze's intention was very simple. He didn't simply want to retreat, but wanted to use this attack to kill the higher world army. Rumble! Suddenly, the sword qi slashed down, covering the sky and earth. Heaven and earth were upside down, and many rules and order collapsed, surging like a vast ocean. The flying ships and ancient warships lit up with brilliance, turning into divine runes, constantly intertwining to resist. This place erupted with endless momentum and brilliance. The ancient existences' faces were gloomy, and they had no choice but to resist. Zhao Yunze's strength was no longer as simple as a boundary emperor, but close to the level of an enlightened one. They were all Dharma bodies, and when they fought with Xian Gang and the other 2, they had already exhausted a lot of energy and were not at their peak state. His target is actually us. Seeing this scene, 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Sky Demon Sovereign, and the others' faces turned a little cold, realizing Zhao Yunze's goal. With their status, they naturally had life-saving items on them to come here. For 9, although facing this attack wouldn't put his life in much danger, the more life-saving treasures were used, the less he had. Who wouldn't feel pained? Gu Xian also realized this point, and a pained expression appeared on her small face. She unwillingly took out a jade talisman. However, before she could activate this jade talisman, a burly black figure, like a god of war, suddenly crossed the void and appeared in front of her. The black spear swept across, bringing with it the sound of wind and thunder. destroying the sword chi that slashed over. His entire body stood there, emitting a terrifying aura. Gu Xian was a little stunned, completely not expecting that someone would appear to protect her at this time. From his appearance, he didn't look like a boundary emperor expert of the Gu clan. She was a little puzzled, as she had never seen this figure before, but she still breathed a sigh of relief and put away the life-saving jade talisman. After all, it could block the attack of a boundary emperor, so it was very precious. However, the other young existences were not as lucky as Gu Xian, and they all activated the protective items on their bodies, which shone brightly and blocked this attack. However, they were also in a very sorry state and were sent flying, coughing up blood. A boundary emperor expert is protecting her. The reclusive princess and Yan of the clan was also in a very sorry state, but when she noticed the terrifying figure in front of Gu Xian, she couldn't help but be stunned, and then a wave of envy appeared in her heart. "Were you sent by Gu Changa to protect me?" Gu Xian, eyes were sparkling and moving. After she came to her senses, she stared at the tall figure in front of her and couldn't help but ask. A boundary emperor existence was actually hiding in the dark, and she didn't even know before this. After thinking about it, other than Gu Changa, no one else would make such an arrangement. This made the corners of her mouth curl up slightly, and she really wanted to grab Gu Changa's collar and ask him, didn't he say that he didn't care about her? Chapter 487. Stood in front of the ancient warship, wearing a nether metal armor. He looked like an unparalleled god of war. A powerful and terrifying aura spread out from his body. He swept his spear, causing the void to crack and spread out for tens of thousands of miles. All the sword chi that fell in front of Gu Xian was cut down by him. They couldn't get close to Gu Xian. His quasi-emperor aura spread out and suppressed the entire starry sky. Many ancient beings' expressions changed as they sensed Da's power. The rest of the young people also looked at Gu Xian with envy. They didn't have a quasi-emperor like her to protect them in secret. Zhao Yun's attack just now put them in a difficult situation. They even used a life-saving item. "I'm here to protect Miss Xian." Da's reply was simple and cold, as if he didn't have any emotions. "I don't want his protection." Gu Xian's lips curled up. She had an expression that said, "I knew this would happen." In her opinion, Gu Changa was a person who didn't mean what she said. Although her words were merciless and she would scold her. Although he scolded her, Gu Changa would protect her in various ways every time she was in danger. Of course, it would be better if he didn't bully her. Ada stood in front of her and didn't say much. He was like a majestic, ancient, demonic mountain. At this moment, Zhao Yun's body glowed at the space passage in the distance. His aura surged like a vast ocean. Every strand of his hair shone with sword radiance. Seeing that his attack didn't work, his expression darkened. He didn't want to stay any longer and was about to leave through the opened space passage. Above the dome of heaven, a terrifying aura rose and fell. A great fog billowed, and spatial turbulence swept over. Damn it, are we going to let him escape at this time? Many ancient beings' expressions darkened when they saw this. Even if they attacked, they couldn't stop Zhao Yunza at this moment. This made them angry and sullen. If a true Dao master from the upper realm descended, Zhao Yunza wouldn't be able to be so arrogant. Boom! However, at this moment, a vast and surging aura suddenly appeared in the depths of the distant universe. The heavens collapsed, and the earth split apart, the universe changing. Stars began to tremble one after another. Under this type of aura, they were about to collapse and turn into ashes. The expressions of the people from the 8 desolates 10 regions, who were escaping through the spatial tunnel, changed. It's his aura. The leader of the upper realm, he's back. Someone's voice trembled as fear appeared on his face. They still remembered the scene of their strongest being heavily injured. That scene was too shocking. Even now, it still made their scalps go numb. Even more people's faces turned pale, and they appeared to be very frightened. At this moment, no one dared to stay any longer. They all transformed into divine rainbows and fled into the spatial tunnel. That leader from the upper realm has returned. Just in time. Sensing the aura that was about to descend, Zhao Yunzhe's expression also changed. But soon, a thick killing intent and battle intent appeared on his body. Come and fight. I want to see just how strong this person is. He did not leave. Instead, he shouted angrily and stopped escaping into the tunnel. Then, with a flash, he appeared in the sky of the universe. Everyone watched this scene in shock. Their hearts were incomparably shaken. They never thought that, at this time, not only did Zhao Yunzhe not run away, but he also planned to fight against Gu Chang'e. His courage was truly too great. It was admirable. Chi, chi, chi. In the next moment, streaks of sword light appeared, illuminating the deep and tattered universe. Sword chi filled the 9 heavens. Every single one of them was as thick as a mountain range. It was as if a multicolored light was rising into the sky. The multicolored light was brilliant and dazzling. As Zhao Yunzhe slashed out, these sword chi clanged. Tens of thousands of streaks rumbled, and the stars in the universe seemed to have been separated. This was an incomparably vast attack. It was as if all the power of heaven and earth had merged into one with his sword intent. It could destroy everything. Everyone's souls trembled. They couldn't help but tremble. Under this sword, there was the danger of life and death, as if they were ants. However, in the universe, there was also sword light appearing. It was as brilliant as an eternal sun rising there. It was extremely fierce, extremely powerful, and inconceivable. It illuminated the heavens for all eternity. One sword radiance chilled 3,000 worlds. It was powerful beyond compare, but it was even more tyrannical. All creatures in the world seemed to feel sorrow, joy, and anger because of this sword, Hong. The 2 streaks of sword light collided in the depths of the universe, releasing the sound of mountains collapsing and universes collapsing. It was as if the eternal divine light pierced through heaven and earth, wiping out everything. The natural laws were in chaos, and the great Tao collapsed. Endless chaotic energy rushed into the universe, submerging all of the tattered, desolate borders. The ancient warships were all trembling. Countless symbols rushed out, appearing in the void. Then they collapsed to resist this fluctuation. Everyone felt as if their souls were going to be obliterated by this level of light. They couldn't look straight at it. Even supreme beings couldn't see clearly what was happening. Divine light shone brilliantly in their eyes, but in the end they couldn't help but groan. Blood flowed out from their eyes. Then the impact of this place dissipated. All of the brilliance dissipated. The starry sky seemed to have been pierced through again. Terrifying great rifts appeared one after another, to the extent where one could even see an expanse of nothingness. What a terrifying shockwave! And this is only the first exchange of blows. This person from the 8 Desolates 10 regions is quite strong. Many people's voices were trembling. They felt a wave of fear. Young Master Chang'e's condition doesn't seem right. Is he injured? Some of the ancient beings from the upper realm frowned. They felt that something was wrong. According to Gu Chang'e's previous terrifying strength, this attack would definitely have severely injured Zhao Yunzhe. This could only mean that Gu Chang'e's current condition wasn't good. This made them sigh in their hearts. However, they soon understood. They couldn't say that they were surprised. Instead, they were greatly relieved. If Gu Chang'e was still unscathed after exchanging blows with the 3 Tao Masters, they couldn't help but be suspicious. Now that Gu Chang'e was injured, they were more or less relieved. This was normal. He's really injured. Gu Xian, Er's brows knitted together. Her white hands pinched the corner of her skirt. She was inexplicably irritated. Gu Chang'e had pretended to be injured in the past to deceive her. However, this time, She felt that Gu Changa wasn't pretending. He was really injured. After all, those were 3 true Daos who had attained Tao. At this moment, she hated herself for being weak. She couldn't help Gu Changa at all. She even asked him to send a quasi-emperor subordinate to protect her. As expected of young Master Yunzhe, the strongest person of his generation 60 million years ago, he actually didn't lose to Gu Changa in the fight just now. In the space passage that was surging with golden light, some of the young talents from the 8 Desolates 10 regions couldn't help but feel excited when they saw this scene. Lin Wu, Xiaoyang, and the others also developed some respect for Zhao Yunze. At such a critical moment, he fought against Gu Changa and turned the tide. Don't be too proud. Gu Changa is about the same age as us. This isn't something to be proud of. If the two of them were the same age, I'm afraid young Master Yunzhe would have been killed by him. However, very quickly, someone poured cold water on them. His words were cold and his expression was solemn. The strongest person of his generation, 60 million years ago, had just barely blocked Gu Changa's attack. This made their hearts sink. If Gu Changa was given more time, at that time, even the enchantment outside Sky Deer City wouldn't be able to stop him. Such a demonic freak was so powerful that it made people despair. They couldn't even think of fighting against him. And didn't you notice? Gu Changa's current strength is obviously much weaker than before. It seems that he didn't have a good time in the fight with the 3 Tao Masters. Otherwise, young Master Yunzhe wouldn't be his match. I don't know if this is something to be happy about or sad about. Some of the elders' eyes were like torches, shining brightly. They stared at the white-robed man walking over from the depths of the universe. Their voices were unimaginably heavy. These words made many of the experts from the 8 Desolates 10 regions fall silent. They felt inexplicably restless. In the battle with the upper realm, the 8 Desolates 10 regions were already at a disadvantage. Now, there was a freak like Gu Changa. Just by relying on one person, he was able to suppress all of them to the point of suffocation. Dong! Dong! In the depths of the universe, Gu Changa walked over. He looked very young and was incomparably aloof. He was handsome and elegant. There was an otherworldly immortal aura around him. His every move could trigger the power of heaven and earth. He didn't look like a mortal. However, the sound of his footsteps seemed to resound in the universe. Everyone's hearts tightened as if they were tightly gripped by a pair of invisible hands. Zhao Yunze's body was shining brightly. He stood in the sky with a dignified gaze. He stared at Gu Changa. His body was also shining brightly, like a peerless sword immortal. However, in the next moment, his body trembled. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura quickly weakened. What? This sudden change made the expressions of the people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions change drastically. Some were shocked and some were in disbelief. Why did Zhao Yunze, who looked fine just now, suddenly spit out blood? Could it be that he was just enduring and wasn't really fine? After all, if the 2 armies were fighting, why would Zhao Yunze suddenly spit out blood? It seems that we have underestimated Gu Changa's strength. Even if he is injured, he is still not a match for young Region Master Yunze. The people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions had never looked so serious before. You are very strong. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhao Yunze's face turned pale. However, he quickly recovered and stared at Gu Changa, who was walking over. His voice was filled with fear. I don't think you need to say that. Gu Changa still had a calm smile on his face. He even gave people a feeling that he was like a spring breeze. If they didn't feel that Gu Changa's strength was not as terrifying as before, they wouldn't have believed that he was injured. But now you are injured too. Zhao Yunze stared at him coldly. Streams of blood and bones began to surge out of his body and began to heal his injuries. Yes, what a pity. That's why the 3 of them escaped. Gu Changa didn't deny it. He was very calm, but his tone was filled with regret. The people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions felt a chill. They didn't think that the three enlightened ones would escape after fighting with Gu Changa. However, from the vibrations just now, if the three of them were fine, they wouldn't have ignored the people here. You can't stop me now. Zhao Yunzi's expression was cold. He was trying to estimate how much strength Gu Changa had left. However, he was very sure that if he wanted to escape with Gu Changa's current state, he couldn't stop him. If you want to escape, then go ahead. I really don't have the ability to kill you now, so you better pray that I don't run into you next time. Gu Changa was still smiling faintly, as if she had seen through Zhao Yunzi's thoughts. It wasn't hard for him to kill Zhao Yunzi, but not now. After all, he was injured. He didn't even have 10% of his strength left. Gu Changa wasn't worried that the people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions would find out that the 3 enlightened ones had died. Even if they found out, they wouldn't suspect him. Instead, they would think that it was someone else from the upper world who did it and planned to kill the 3 enlightened ones. In the end, they would blame the upper world for what happened. Hearing this, Zhao Yunzi's expression turned cold. He felt Gu Changa's casual and undisguised killer's intent. He then coldly hissed, "Then you can try." The people behind him were pale and fearful. At the same time, they were very worried. If Gu Changa targeted him, then Zhao Yunzi would be in danger. Against such a terrifying and unbelievable enemy, anyone else would not be able to eat or sleep well. Even the young leader of the Yunzi region was no match for Gu Changa at his peak. "Then I hope the next time you see me, you won't beg for mercy." Gu Changa still had a faint smile on his face. Zhao Yunzi's expression was gloomy. He didn't say anything else. He turned around and waved his sleeves. He stepped into the golden space tunnel behind him. The mighty army was gathered inside, preparing to leave. This space tunnel was opened by a powerful cultivator from afar. It was very stable and difficult to destroy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident. Soon, the space tunnel began to close. The mighty army from the 8 Desolates 10 regions left. Gu Changa stood there alone. His expression was calm as he watched them all disappear. He didn't do anything. The people from the upper world behind him didn't dare to speak. They all maintained their silence. If it wasn't for Gu Changa, Zhao Yunzi alone would have been enough to deal with them. As the saying goes, don't chase a cornered enemy. The upper world could be said to have won the battle today. The 8 Desolates 10 regions suffered heavy losses. The army that escaped was less than 1/10 of what came. Only when everyone from the 8 Desolates 10 regions had completely disappeared did the ancient existences of some forces and orthodoxies come forward. They asked respectfully to Gu Changa, "Young Lord Changa, what's the matter with the army in the depths of the Empyrean abyss?" This was something that many people were puzzled about. Before this, they didn't expect that Gu Changa would arrange for the upper world army to enter the depths of the Empyrean abyss. It was this army that came out and caught the 8 Desolates 10 regions off guard. So they wanted to know if Gu Changa had the correct route to the Empyrean abyss. Hearing this, Gu Changa glanced at these ancient existences, then nodded slightly. "As you can see, I do have the correct route to the Empyrean abyss." As for how he got it, he didn't say much. "So that's how it is. As expected of young Lord Changa, you easily did what we couldn't do. I'm really impressed." Many of the ancient existences were shocked to get this accurate answer, but they couldn't ask. In front of the interests of the entire upper world, Gu Changa wouldn't hide this matter. Of course, to many people, this might be related to the destruction of the 9 mountains. Many of the young existences had a complicated expression. They were still fighting against the younger generation of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, but Gu Changa had already shocked the entire upper world. Then, the upper world army began to return triumphantly. The majestic ancient warships, flying boats, and demonic mountains sailed through the depths of the universe, heading back to their encampment. 573, now that they knew the correct route to the Empyrean abyss. The next step was to discuss how to break through Sky Deer City. After dealing with the 9 mountains and the Empyrean abyss, the last barrier, Sky Deer City, was not worth mentioning. The upper world's morale was greatly boosted. Almost all the cultivators and living beings were excited and happy. The upper world and the 8 desolates' 10 regions had been fighting for countless years. It could be said that this war was the easiest and the fastest. Gu Changa's reputation in the upper world once again rose to an unprecedented peak. Almost every moment, the younger generation could be seen talking about him. Their faces were full of undisguised respect and fanaticism. In Hui Hong's palace, immortal qi was dense and colorful fog drifted. Gu Changa sat cross-legged on the bed. Strands of chaotic qi fell and intertwined around him. It was extremely blurry, making him look like a young immortal emperor. "Are your injuries serious?" Gu Xian's voice suddenly sounded. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her figure was slender and slender. Every glance of hers was filled with a cold fairy aura. She was one of the rare people who could directly enter Gu Changa's palace without a report. At this moment, looking at Gu Changa, who seemed to be recuperating, she couldn't help but ask. Gu Changa's nose was filled with traces of elegant fragrance. He opened his eyes and glanced at her, saying, "What are you doing here?" He seemed to be very unhappy to see her. Gu Xian wanted to roll her eyes at him. She was here to show concern for him. However, she had long been used to Gu Changa's attitude and wasn't surprised. She immediately retorted, "Of course, I'm here to see you. It seems that your injuries aren't serious. You won't die for a while." "So, little girl, you came here just to mock me?" Gu Changa smiled with interest. Suddenly, she pinched her pretty face as she leaned forward. "Let go of me. I'm here to show concern for you." Gu Xian was very dissatisfied. This bastard liked to bully her whenever he had the chance. He was really too much. "I can't tell that you're here to show concern for me." Gu Changa stared at her face and smiled. He had to say, seeing Gu Xian like a punching bag made him feel exceptionally happy. This girl was usually cold and aloof in front of outsiders, a fairy who didn't eat the food of mortals. She even insulted him whenever she wanted and didn't give him any face. "Then, how do you want me to show concern for you? The healing items I have on me are useless to you." Gu Xian had a lot of resentment towards this. Gu Changa's strength had now reached the level where he could battle those who had achieved Tao. Ordinary healing items were of no use at all. Where would she find these things for him? "So this is the reason why you came here empty-handed." Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. Gu Xian choked. She didn't want to come empty-handed, but he couldn't blame her. If they were in Peach Village, she could ask a few of her masters. But in this place, healing items were even harder to find. Even if the rest of the people had them, they would carefully hide them. After all, when the 2 realms were at war, 1 more healing item was equivalent to 1 more life. How could I come here empty-handed, however? She was still stubborn and couldn't help but mutter, "Oh, so you sent yourself here?" Gu Changa stared at her empty hands with interest. Gu Xian glared at him and said, "Shouldn't you be happy that I came to see you? If you're happy, won't your injuries heal faster? This is much more useful than any healing item." "Good girl, why didn't I know that you're such a logical girl?" Gu Changa was amused by this girl. Chapter 488. In the palace, Gu Xian was dressed in a celestial robe. Her figure was slender and slender, accentuating her snow-white skin. After being ridiculed by Gu Changa, she was displeased. She wanted to slap Gu Changa's hand away. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Gu Changa dodged her small hand and couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you laughing so detestable?" Gu Xian glared at him. Seeing Gu Changa laugh like that, she wanted to go up and tear his face apart. Did she say something wrong just now? Which part of her was not pretty and cute? Did I say something wrong? Gu Changa looked at her with interest. This girl was still as confident in herself as always. With that bamboo-like figure of hers, he really didn't know where she got the confidence to say that. What's with that look in your eyes? Gu Xian saw Gu Chang'e looking at her and immediately puffed up her chest in dissatisfaction. However, she quickly realized that she really didn't have much confidence. She was a little dejected and thought of Yan, who she had a good relationship with. The two of them were about the same age, but their figures were worlds apart. However, with her personality, she naturally wouldn't be at a disadvantage at this time. She immediately snorted and said, "Do you know that as long as I wave my hand, those suitors of mine will definitely trample over the mountain gate of the Gu family?" "Oh, then do you believe that as long as I say the word, no one in the entire upper realm will dare to even think about it?" Gu Chang'e pinched her nose and smiled faintly. "You can't be so overbearing." Gu Xian was very displeased and slapped his hand away. "The more you say that, the more I want to do it." Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Gu Xian rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's up to you." She knew that with Gu Chang'e's character, he would definitely do such a thing. Moreover, it was fine if that was the case. Otherwise, those suitors were like a swarm of buzzing flies which really annoyed her. Just like me, right? Gu Chang'e smiled. Gu Xian looked at him suspiciously. He felt that Gu Chang'e seemed to be implying something. But in the next moment, her delicate body suddenly stiffened, and a blush appeared on her face. She wanted to break free, but she couldn't resist Gu Chang'e's strength. Her entire body fell into his arms in an instant. Buzz! Gu Xian felt his mind go blank. His terrifying physical body could not exert any strength at this moment. Even his limbs felt weak. "Let go of me." She quickly reacted and glared at Gu Chang'e. Thinking of what he had just said, she couldn't help but snort. "Weren't you mocking me just now? You don't mean what you say." Gu Chang'e didn't mind and smiled. Looking at her beautiful face that was inches away, he suddenly said, "Sienna, Gu Xian was flustered by his gaze. Her voice suddenly stuttered, not as confident as it usually was. "Gu Chang'e, you're not allowed to bully me. Otherwise, I'll ignore you in the future." "Do you think that I only know how to bully you?" Gu Chang'e had a faint smile on his face. Then he leaned against her head and gently closed his eyes. He said, "You little girl, you're so evil. You're the evil one. I feel that you just wanted to bully me." Gu Xian was stunned, then snorted. She felt that Gu Chang'e didn't intend to do anything. She sighed in relief, but she was still a bit worried. Gu Chang'e didn't seem like the kind of person who wouldn't be disturbed. Was it because she wasn't attractive? And just as Gu Xian's thoughts were running wild, she heard the sound of light breathing by her ear. Her shoulders sank. Turning her head, she saw that Gu Chang'e seemed to be asleep. This made her a bit stunned. When a cultivator reaches a certain level, they don't need to rest or sleep. Most of the time, when they're tired, they just cultivate. They need to be vigilant at all times. For example, she could only sleep well when she returned to Peach Village, when her mind was relaxed and incomparably peaceful. She didn't need to think or worry about anything. At this time, cultivators are actually at their weakest. She was more or less surprised that Gu Chang'e would fall asleep at this time. This meant that Gu Chang'e didn't have his guard up against her at all. That's right. After all, he was willing to give his life to me. Her expression softened. He usually lives a dazzling life and is in the limelight. In fact, it's very tiring. There are too many things that he needs to consider and calculate. Gu Xian looked at Gu Chang'e, who was still frowning even when he was asleep. Suddenly, she sighed softly and reached out to smooth his brows. She felt a little stifled. If her cultivation was a little stronger, she could help Gu Chang'e. Whether it was the matter of the demon heart or facing a powerful enemy, she could help a little. Unlike now, when she needed Gu Chang'e to send his subordinates to protect her. Then, she saw that Gu Chang'e seemed to be in deep sleep. Gu Xian, eyes crystal clear, eyes suddenly stared at him. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. A blush appeared on her face. She turned her head and leaned over, quickly and lightly pecking him, like a little fox who had stolen a chicken. These days, the news of the battle between the Upper Realm and the 8 Desolates 10 regions in the Empyrean Abyss spread quickly, causing many worlds adjacent to the Boundary Monument Sea to be shocked. Many existences of the orthodoxies far away in the Upper Realm were shocked, and then they were pleasantly surprised. This battle had given them too many surprises. However, in the end, the 8 Desolates 10 regions were damaged, and a stable passage was opened in the Empyrean Abyss. This was something that was beyond doubt. Now, the defying power in the Boundary Monument Sea could only be maintained for 3 more months at most. In the Upper Realm, in various heavens, thick fog filled the sky, and the aura was overwhelming. Many terrifying figures, whose Dharma bodies were boundless, began to step out from their clans, crossing thousands of miles in one step. They tore through the universe and descended here. If the timing was right, in 3 months, the Upper Realm would raise an army and attack Sky Deer City. In the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the various clans were also discussing this matter. At the same time, they eliminated everyone, intending to find the informants that the Upper Realm had planted here. This time, the Upper Realm had opened a passage in the Empyrean Abyss because someone had betrayed the 8 Desolates 10 regions. As the young lord of the Cloud Swamp region, Zhao Yunze immediately sensed that something was wrong and issued an order. Although Xiao Yang knew that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had betrayed the 8 Desolates 10 regions, his words carried little weight. He was worried that he would alert the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's informants, so he was very cautious and did not dare to say much. He knew that the Empyrean Deer City's formation core was not in the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's hands. If the Upper Realm wanted to break the formation, it would not be that easy. Therefore, Sky Deer City was still safe for the time being. The 8 Desolates 10 regions were divided into the 8 Desolates and the 10 regions. The 10 regions were incomparably vast, and there were many factions and clans, as well as many inheritances. However, the 8 Desolates, as their name suggested, were very desolate and shrouded in miasma. Very few cultivators lived there. On the contrary, there were many ferocious beast clans. In addition, there were extremely special clans in the 8 Desolates. When the Upper Realm invaded in the past, they did not participate in this war. Now that the situation was urgent, the 10 regions lords all set off to the 8 Desolates to find the 8 Desolates lords to discuss this matter. Those who could become lords or Desolates lords had to be at least Tao attainments. Moreover, they were not ordinary Tao attainments. They had walked very far on this path. What happened in the Empyrean Abyss could be said to have hurt the various clans and caused them to suffer heavy losses. Even Zhao Yunze, who was invincible 60 million years ago, was injured in the battle with the Upper Realm's leading figures. The entire 8 Desolates 10 regions was in a state of panic because of this, as if a great disaster was imminent. All the cultivators and living beings felt the terrifying determination of the Upper Realm's attempt to invade. Then the news of the Black Tortoise, War God clan, the Green Life clan, and the 9-headed Golden Bird clan's 3 Tao attainments level ancestors who went to the Empyrean Abyss spread, causing even more shocking waves. Chapter 489. The fall of 3 Tao achievers shook the entire 8 Desolation 10 regions, triggering a huge commotion. Especially the Black Tortoise War God clan, the Life clan, and the 9-headed Golden Bird clan. Countless clansmen were grieving. A strange phenomenon appeared above the Life ancient star. A rain of blood overflowed, and heaven and earth wailed, covering thousands of miles. This was the strange phenomenon of the Tao achievers falling, which was closely related to the fate of their clans. Countless clansmen felt great pain in their hearts. With tears on their faces, they knelt there, full of anger and killing intent. They were the foundation of their 3 clans. The fall of one of them was an unimaginable loss. It was extremely painful, and it could be said to be a great loss. But now he had perished just like that for no apparent reason. This was something that no one had expected at all. After all, Those three who had attained the Tao were existences with extremely profound Tao. At that time, they fought with the upper realm in the Empyrean abyss. In the end, they came to the depths of the universe with Gu Changa. Then Gu Changa returned with serious injuries, and the three Tao achievers escaped. Many people thought that the three returned to the 8 Desolation 10 regions ahead of time because of their serious injuries. Now that they suddenly heard the news of their fall, it was really shocking and inconceivable. With the three strength, Gu Changa definitely couldn't kill them, so there was only one possibility left. On the way back to the 8 Desolation 10 regions, the three were ambushed by the upper realm's experts and fell. There were many supreme treasures in the upper realm, and even the Tao achievers couldn't descend with their true bodies. However, only a few Dharmakayas and 1 or 2 peerless forbidden weapons could kill the Tao achievers, especially when they were seriously injured. Apart from this, there was no other possibility. This theory was accepted by most people in the 8 Desolation 10 regions, and their hatred toward the upper realm was even more extreme. Moreover, this time the passage to the Empyrean abyss was opened by the upper realm, which meant that the upper realm had already arranged a backup plan in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. All kinds of things made many cultivators and creatures feel uneasy. Boom! In the following days, divine clouds pierced through the sky, breaking through the thick clouds, as if the entire universe was torn apart. Many races began to gather on the life stars of the 8 great regions. They began to chant ancient scriptures. An ancient voice seemed to come from a distant time and space, requesting for the hidden experts of their races to come into this world. Some of the ancient existences in the 8 desolates and 10 regions that had been sealed away since the beginning of time also came into being. At first, his chi and blood were very dry and withered. Then it began to recover. Surging chi and blood formed clouds that enveloped countless stars. The strange phenomenon shook the entire universe. Within the various war god clans, they were also chanting the ancestral text, awakening the true blood within their bodies, trying to request for their ancestors' true spirits to descend into this world and protect them. The entire 8 desolates and 10 regions were in the midst of a storm. Every day, ancient warships could be seen flying across the sky, gathering at various planets and heading towards heavenly Deer City. I don't know how to tell you, but that's the truth. At this moment, the misty rain was drizzling within a grand and simple pavilion. Lin Wu and a woman in a white dress were sitting opposite each other. Their faces were filled with helplessness and bitterness as they spoke. Behind the woman in a white dress, there were many young men and women who seemed like followers. All of them wore treasured clothes that shone brilliantly. However, at this moment, the woman in the white dress waved her hand and dismissed them. Only she and Lin Wu were left. If you're right, I'm afraid that something bad has really happened to Master. The woman in the white dress had a beautiful face and an otherworldly aura. However, she could not hide the grief and confusion on her face. Her name was Song Chan, and she was this generation's Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. Previously, when Lin Wu and the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy met in Heavenly Deer City, they had seen Song Chan. At that time, Song Chan stood quietly behind the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy like a servant. However, now that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had disappeared, Song Chan naturally became the new Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. Apart from her, no one in the 8 desolates and 10 regions knew that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had actually disappeared. Song Chan did not dare to say it out loud, fearing that it would cause a huge commotion and cause unnecessary panic. Actually, I should have told you about this earlier. Lin Wu also sighed, his heart filled with mixed feelings. If it were not for saving Lelua, he would not want to bear the infamy, betray the 8 desolates, and use Song Chan. However, now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. Gu Changa did not have much time left for him. Previously, in the hunting grounds of the Empyrean Abyss, he had fought with a young existence from the upper realm. That young prodigy had suddenly said something inexplicable, causing him to freeze in place. Only then did he react. It turned out that Gu Changa had instructed that person to pass a message to him. At that time, Lin Wu felt a chill run down his spine. He felt like he was being toyed with in the palm of Gu Changa's hand. His words and actions seemed to be unable to escape his eyes. This caused him to feel even more despair, and he even felt like dying to end this. However, for the sake of Lelua and the others who were still in Gu Changa's hands, Lin Wu took the initiative to approach Song Chan during this battle with the Upper Realm. After the two of them had become slightly familiar with each other, he told her what had happened on the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. This included how the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had been defeated, how she had been schemed against by Gu Changa, and how she had been captured by Gu Changa in order to save them. There were many details that he did not say. However, this was enough. Song Chan was extremely respectful to the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. After knowing that her master was in danger, she was even more worried and uneasy. I understand. So, has Master fallen into the hands of the Upper Realm now? Song Chan quickly calmed down. She thought of her master's instructions before she left, telling her not to avenge her. However, now that things had come to this, could she really remain indifferent? If not for her master, she would not have become who she was today. To be exact, she fell into the hands of Gu Changa. Lin Wu sighed. In his opinion, the sudden appearance of the Upper Realm army in the depths of the Empyrean Abyss was actually related to the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. When he saw the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, he felt that her condition was not right. Gu Changa, Song Chan's face was a little pale. She naturally could not forget the terrifying power when she saw Gu Changa in the Empyrean Abyss. Master had fallen into his hands. How could she save him? Then, do you think the passage in the Empyrean Abyss this time has something to do with Master? Song Chan suddenly thought of another possibility and could not help but shudder. She dared not believe it. Master was the guardian of Heavenly Deer City. Even if she died, she would not betray Heavenly Deer City. Song Chan knew the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy very well. She knew that she would not do such a thing. But now, apart from this possibility, there was no other possibility. In other words, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had unknowingly stood on the side of the Upper Realm and became the enemy of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. This made her a little confused. For a moment, she even thought that she was crazy. How could she have such a terrifying guess? As the disciple of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, you should know her better than I do. Lin Wu shook his head and did not say much. He had only come here to tell Song Chan about this matter. He would not say anything else. If Song Chan was really worried about the safety of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, she would definitely know what to do. He could only come into contact with the formation core of Heavenly Deer City through Song Chan. Other than that, there was no other way. I understand. Song Chan's voice was trembling slightly. She suddenly realized that her master had betrayed the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. This made her unable to believe it. Her head was still buzzing. After that, Lin Wu left, planning to return to the clan to settle some matters. After witnessing Gu Changa's terrifying strength, the clan behind him should know what the chances of winning this battle were. If the Upper Realm army started to attack Heavenly Deer City, it would not be as simple as facing Gu Changa. He not only had to think for himself, but also for his clan. On the other side, Gu Wudi and Xiaoyang had gathered with many ancient existences to discuss important matters. Both of them were disciples of the 9 mountains, especially Gu Wudi, who was the Taoist of the 9 mountains and had a noble status. However, now that the 9 mountains had been destroyed with their strength, it would be difficult for them to be of much use in the war. Thus, after some discussion, they decided to look for the mysterious Mountain Master. According to the other Mountain Masters of the 9 mountains, the Great Mountain Master was terrifyingly powerful. His existence could be traced back to the founding of the 9 mountains. Even if the other 8 people worked together, they would not be able to defeat him. If they could find the Mountain Master, they would be able to play an unexpected role in the final battle with the upper realm. Moreover, Xiaoyang had another idea in mind. Previously, the second elder had told him about his past. During this period of time, he had used various methods to investigate the Guardian clan. However, he only knew that more than 20 years ago, they were attacked by a group of mysterious people. After that, they fell apart and turned into ruins. Today, in the mountains where the Guardian clan lived, there was still a raging fire that could not be extinguished. Many people suspected that the Guardian lineage had become extinct. This made Xiaoyang's heart ache. He did not have many memories. Moreover, more than 20 years ago, he was still an infant and ignorant. After that, he was sent to the foot of the 9 mountains by his servants and was isolated from the world. However, Xiaoyang did not believe that other than him, there were no other relatives in this world. According to the second mountain master's words, his bloodline still needed to go through a special method before it could be awakened. Only then would it possess a powerful and unpredictable power. If he could not find his clansmen, then his Guardian clan bloodline would be useless. Thus, Xiaoyang planned to look around during this period of time to see if he could find any clues about his clansmen. While the 8 desolates' 10 regions were in turmoil because of the news of Jiken Jiayuan's defeat, in the White Bone region, there was an extremely dry and gray land. This was a piece of black scorched land with an extremely ancient aura. It turned into a chaotic fog that shrouded all directions. It was filled with a terrifying aura. Even a saint would have to be careful when they stepped into this place. The White Bone region was an extremely special region in the 8 desolates' 10 regions. This was because there were very few living beings in this region. Although it was extremely vast, the power of the clans was far less than that of the other regions. There was even a saying that the White Bone region was formed after a mysterious place called the 9 Serenities burial ground split apart. Boom! At this moment, in the depths, a pair of eyes opened, and a terrifying scene appeared. The sun rose and the moon fell. The sea turned into mulberry fields. The lightning withered into ashes. The universe collapsed, and all living beings cried. This pair of eyes was very large, as if they were the only ones in the black fog. They were very cold, as if there were no other emotions. Jiken Jiayuan was defeated, and the leader of the upper world was surnamed Gu. I see. Is the final battle finally about to begin? Our clan's mission for so many years is finally about to be completed. This incomparably terrifying figure was muttering softly. In the end, there was some relief, but there was also some excitement that could not be hidden. Ancestor, why did you send me a message? Outside the fog, a slender figure suddenly appeared. Her voice was also very cold. Even when facing the ancestor, there was no fluctuation in her voice, as if she had never had any emotions. I feel the aura of the Guardian clan. They're not dead yet. Our clan's mission has not been completed. The eyes in the fog looked down and said coldly, "The Guardian clan is not dead yet? More than 20 years ago, I was the one who personally destroyed their patriarch's true spirit." The slender figure frowned, and there was a hint of doubt in her voice. This clan cannot be underestimated. Moreover, I feel that the Guardian clan's fate seems to be flourishing. The voice in the fog sounded again. Then, in that pair of terrifying eyes, scenes began to appear, as if it was going to deduce the Guardian clan. However, in the next moment, with a poof, a very bright sword light that seemed to have passed through time and space, containing an unimaginable aura, suddenly slashed down. Blood splashed out, causing him to let out a muffled groan. This place fell silent, and then a murderous aura rushed into the sky, splitting the sky. It seems that there is a great fate on him, or the people from back then have reappeared. He sneered, as if he was not surprised at all. I know. It seems that the fish that escaped the net has appeared again. I will go and deal with them. Seeing this scene, the slender figure did not seem surprised. She nodded, and her voice was still cold, without any ripples. Then a crack appeared in the space in front of her, and she turned around and stepped into it, disappearing. My clan has been hibernating here for countless years under orders, and it is finally coming to an end. The figure in the black fog also returned to silence. In the vast white bone region, the fog was monstrous, difficult to disperse, and insects and birds were silent. Unlike the 8 desolates and 10 regions, the upper realm was quite lively. After this great victory, almost every orthodoxy was holding a celebratory banquet. Many ancient warships covered thousands of miles, and many divine rainbows flashed past, transporting meat and wine. In the most central area, the various clans had built several thrones. As if they were made of black gold immortal stones, they were lustrous and contained extraordinary Taoist rhymes. Layers of fog spread out, and various mysterious patterns were branded on them, looking very noble. At the same time, it also represented supreme power. Even those who had achieved the Tao were not qualified to sit at this time. Only those who had contributed greatly to the upper realm in this battle could sit on the thrones. Of course, Guchanga was undoubtedly the only one who was qualified to sit on the thrones. His expression was very casual, and he casually found a throne to sit on. He felt a strange aura, and even he could feel some warmth. One could imagine how extraordinary the materials were. A throne like this was undoubtedly a rare treasure, and each clan had spent a lot of effort to build it. It had already formed its own rune formation, and could build up the power of heaven and earth. Below Guchanga were the experts of various clans. Even the Dharma bodies of supreme experts were below him, and were not qualified to sit with him. None of the orthodoxies felt that this was inappropriate, nor did they have any objections. During the banquet, singing and dancing were wonderful. Many beautiful maids came from various clans, and there were also many talented girls who came forward, singing and dancing, displaying their charm to their heart's content. 6 Crown King, Sky Demon Monarch, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others of the younger generation were in another direction, separated from the older generation. They were all drinking by themselves, and occasionally chatted with people they were familiar with. They did not enjoy this battle to their heart's content, and it was not because of Guchanga's sudden interference. Rather, it was because the younger generation of the 8 barren 10 regions couldn't find many who were worthy of their full strength. Then, after drinking and snoring, many of the younger generation came forward, competing here. Light shone brilliantly. Divine light overflowed and surged. Divine talismans flew out one after another, containing great power. Many of the older generation watched all of this with smiles on their faces, hoping that their own geniuses could use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. After all, those who gathered here today were all the most powerful orthodoxies of the higher realms. This type of opportunity was rare. After that, many people also came up to Guchanga to propose a toast. Among them, there were many beautiful goddesses who had cultivated for a long time, and were once the most talented girls of the present age, with many pursuers. They secretly sent flirtatious glances at Guchanga, their eyes shining brightly. Guchanga smiled, nodding to them one by one. During this time, many cultivators and creatures came forward, asking him for guidance on the path of cultivation. Even the older generation listened seriously, not missing a single word. Sien Air, why don't you toast to young Master Changa? No matter what, you and he are from the same clan, and you're so close. At the banquet, Yen, with her silver hair and delicate features, spoke with a bright smile on her face. Gu Sien Er's eyes were wandering, as if she was thinking about something. Hearing this, she suddenly came back to her senses and looked towards the throne. She secretly gritted her teeth, then maintained her cool expression and said, "There's no need to toast. Those guys are all trying to please him. I don't need to." Her mind was still replaying the scene from yesterday. In the end, she didn't know when, but she fell asleep. Then she opened her eyes and found that Guchanga was lying on her side on the bed, half supporting her head and looking at her with some narrowness. She was still hugging his neck tightly, curling up in his arms. When Gu Xian thought of that scene, she couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in, and her face flushed red with embarrassment. "You're the little princess of the Gu clan, and young Master Chang'e sent a quasi-emperor to protect you. Of course, you don't need to please him." Hearing this, Yen smiled enviously, then said with a bright face, "It's a pity that I don't have such a good cousin. Xian if I toast to young Master Chang'e later, do you think he'll refuse?" Hearing this, Gu Xian came back to her senses and stared at her suspiciously. She seemed to have smelled something unusual. In front of everyone, he has to maintain his image. Of course, he won't refuse. However, she still gave a direct answer. Chapter 490. That's good. I was just worried that young Master Chang'e would reject me because of this. Hearing this, Yen seemed to sigh in relief. She patted her chest and smiled happily, revealing a pair of small canine teeth. Seeing this, Gu Xian suddenly stared at her, and Yen felt that the expression on her face was a little strange. It seemed to be indignation and unwillingness, but more than that, it seemed to be envy. Then she looked at Gu Xian from head to toe and understood why she was like this. She couldn't help but feel a little amused, but also a little proud. So Gu Xian who had always been otherworldly, also had this kind of moment. And Yen believed that her figure didn't lose to any girl of the same age. Naturally, she could easily hang up and beat Gu Xian. Gu Xian felt that Yen seemed to be a little proud. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. "Xian, why do I feel like there's something wrong with the way you look at me? That's right." Then Yen moved back a little. She felt that she seemed to have suddenly attracted Gu Xian's hatred. Gu Xian quickly recovered her expression. She snorted softly in her heart. "That's all there is to it. What kind of spiritual medicine or supplements do you usually eat?" However, she couldn't help but ask, and Yen acted as if she didn't understand what she was talking about. She shook her head blankly and said, "Usually it's just some spirit medicine or meat needed for body refinement." "Xian, are you talking about those?" Gu Xian listened very seriously. However, towards the end, she felt that something was wrong. She thought that she had eaten a lot of these things. Now that she had such a terrifying physical body, it could be said that these spiritual medicine and physical body played a significant role. But why was the difference between the two so big? So big that her eyes were a little sore from envy. However, she couldn't bring herself to ask in detail. She could only curse Gu Chang'e in her heart. If it wasn't for him, why would she pay attention to these things? "If you don't want to say it, then forget it." Gu Xian Er's expression returned to its usual cold. "Xian, why don't you accompany me for the toast? You can introduce me to him. It won't be so sudden." And Yen blinked her big eyes and revealed a smile that she thought was harmless, appearing very innocent and brilliant. "You can go by yourself." Gu Xian shook her head and refused. She didn't want to meet Gu Chang'e at all right now. She needed to at least rest for a few days. And Yen looked a little disappointed and shook her head. "I see, wait. I'll go with you." Gu Xian frowned slightly. She felt that something was wrong. She suddenly interrupted Yen and stood up. She was a little worried. She felt that Yen had an ulterior motive from the moment she came into contact with her, so she had to be on guard. "That's great." Hearing this, Yen seemed even happier. She hurriedly got up, as if she was afraid that Gu Xian would go back on his word. This made Gu Xian even more suspicious, but she couldn't ask Yen anything. After that, the two left the banquet and headed towards the throne. Many cultivators and creatures noticed this scene, and their expressions changed slightly. Gu Xian knew many people. Many talented girls even took the initiative to befriend her, trying to get closer to Gu Chang'e through her. In many people's eyes, Gu Xian was the little princess of the Changxing Gu family. Even Gu Chang'e doted on her. Sometimes she didn't even give face to Gu Chang'e and argued in front of him. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed by Gu Changa. She was the only one who was fearless. Because of this, many young people were very afraid of her. Sometimes Gu Xian took the initiative to fight someone, but in the end, the other party surrendered before the fight even started. They didn't dare to fight her at all. Gu Changa's protective nature was not a secret in the upper realm. No one dared to provoke his followers, let alone the people who were so close to him. That's the princess of the reclusive clan. I didn't expect her to be so close to the little princess of the Gu family. I wonder what that person from the clan will think when she finds out. Many powerhouses had strange looks in their eyes, especially those who had dealt with the reclusive clan before. They actually had some understanding of Yan's identity. Yan was the daughter of the master of the reclusive clan, and she was born of the master's wife. If there were no accidents, her status in the reclusive clan was similar to that of Gu Xian. However, before her, she had an elder sister named Shi, who was born of the concubine, and she was not a simple person. Whether it was her cultivation talent or her methods, there was a hint of iron and blood. And Yan's mother, for some unknown reason, had passed away many years ago, but she had left behind a very rich inheritance. It was a pity that Yan's father only focused on cultivation and did not care about clan matters. There was serious internal strife among the elders, but now they were all pulled over by Shi. They also heard that Shi sent people to cause trouble for Yan from time to time, wanting to snatch the inheritance left by her mother. Moreover, the clan behind Yan's mother was weaker and did not care about Yan. As a result, she was in an extremely awkward position in the reclusive clan. Although she was the eldest daughter of the first wife, her power was far from Shi's, and even many of the collateral family members were inferior. Today's scene caused the minds of many experts to become active. Although Yan's position in the reclusive clan was awkward, she was harmless, and her face was always full of innocent and bright smiles. It was also because of this that she was able to live peacefully until now. It doesn't matter if it's for real or if it's just a pretense. This is how she conducts herself. Now that she has come into contact with Gu Xian, maybe she can come into contact with Gu Changa. It seems that the person from the clan needs to be more careful. Many of the older generation's eyelashes were empty. After experiencing so many things, they could see it at a glance. However, at this moment, they were all very interested, as if they were watching a show. Yan from the reclusive clan toasts to young Master Changa. This time it was all thanks to young Master Changa that we were able to defeat the army of the 8 Desolation 10 regions so easily. On the throne, Gu Changa sat upright. Wearing a black robe, he was unparalleled in grace. Threads of light surrounded him, making him appear noble and mysterious. He looked at Yan and Gu Xian, who were walking over, and raised his eyebrows with interest. Yan was holding a wine cup in her hand. She had a smile on her face, and there was just the right amount of innocence. It was hard to find the slightest bit of malice on her. Behind her, Gu Xian had an extremely unwilling expression. Seeing Gu Changa look over, he immediately glared back. Oh, the reclusive clan? Gu Changa smiled. He casually glanced at Yan and raised his cup. He didn't really care. So you're also here to toast me? He looked at Gu Xian. I'm just here to accompany Yan. Do you think I want to see you that much? Gu Xian snorted and explained. I thought it was a bit abrupt to come to visit young Master Changa, so I wanted Xian to accompany me. Hearing this, Yan also explained with a smile, although I've met young Master Changa before, I don't think you remember me. She begged for fresh flowers. How can I not remember? After all, you were also by Xian's side at that time. Yan from the reclusive clan. Gu Changa smiled faintly. He was very clear about Yan's purpose. This kind of woman was not rare. She wanted to get closer to the people around him and get closer to him. With Yan's current status, it wasn't difficult for him to get to know her. So, if it weren't for the fact that she was with Gu Xian, he wouldn't have the slightest interest in her. Hearing this, and Yan's expression slightly stiffened. She could feel the coldness in Gu Changa's attitude. She was a little confused. According to her idea, as long as she got closer to Gu Xian, Gu Changa wouldn't dislike her. Can't you be nicer to my friend? Gu Xian, glared at Gu Changa with some dissatisfaction. Although he knew that Yan might have other intentions to get close to him, the two of them were really close. Yan also often talked to him about some of the things that happened in her family, which made Gu Xian feel a little pity for her. He vaguely saw a shadow of himself in Yan. So she's your friend? But it's not good to be alone. It's not bad to make friends. Gu Changa was a little surprised, then smiled. Looking at her expression, he wanted to reach out and pinch her hard. Unfortunately, Gu Xian avoided him in disdain. Seeing this, Yan couldn't help but feel a strong sense of envy. Can't I have friends? Gu Xian felt that Gu Changa's words had a hidden meaning. Was he saying that her personality wasn't good and that she couldn't make friends? Of course you can. My Xian is so beautiful. How could she not have friends? Gu Changa smiled. Shut the hell up, Lin Feng said. Gu Xian's jade face turned red. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to stuff Gu Changa's mouth. His words almost gave her goosebumps. What did he mean by his Xian? She knew that Gu Changa did it on purpose. In front of outsiders, he made it seem like he was very good to her. However, Yan didn't know about Gu Xian's thoughts. In her opinion, Gu Changa really doted on Gu Xian, which was why he said such things. In the current upper realm, even those who had achieved the Tao had to be careful when speaking to Gu Changa, who was like Gu Xian, who dared to shout at Gu Changa. This made her even more determined to have a good relationship with Gu Xian. After that, the banquet that lasted for a few days finally ended. All the ancient beings and powerhouses returned to their respective ancient warships to rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. Gu Changa, however, left Yan alone. Although Gu Xian had some doubts, she didn't ask. Gu Changa would tell her what she needed to know. However, she still warned Gu Changa with her eyes. She was worried that Gu Changa would bully Yan. The magnificent and simple palace was very empty. However, Yan was restless and cold sweat broke out on her back. She didn't expect that after the banquet ended, Gu Changa would ask her to stay alone. If Xian has more friends, I'm happy for her. But she's a little naive. If I find out that she's been bullied or wronged, Gu Changa's back was facing Yan. He spoke with a faint smile on his face. However, towards the end of his words, his tone became cold, and Yan's heart shook. Although her face still had that innocent and flawless expression, it was faintly pale. She understood that this was Gu Changa's warning. If she dared to use Gu Xian, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fan. Chapter 491. Young Master Changa, don't worry. I have no ill intentions towards Xian from the beginning. In the vast and empty hall, Yan's face was slightly pale, but she still maintained her calmness. She knew why Gu Changa asked her to stay alone. This made her somewhat nervous. She believed that in this world, there were not many people who would not be nervous when they were alone with Gu Changa. Not to mention, she had her own thoughts. She was a little uneasy. Then what is your purpose in getting in touch with Xian? Hearing this, Gu Changa only smiled faintly and did not turn his head. And Yan's expression was a little sluggish. She knew that this kind of thing could not be hidden from Gu Changa's eyes. In front of others, she could seamlessly pretend to be innocent, brilliant, and harmless. But in the eyes of someone like Gu Changa, this kind of disguise was obviously useless. You don't want to say? Gu Changa's tone was still casual and did not change much, but it made Yan's forehead break out in cold sweat. She clenched her fists and suddenly gathered her courage. She raised her head and stared at Gu Changa's back, saying, "Because I want to get close to young Master Changa through Xian. I have no ill intentions toward Xian. I am very willing to make friends with her." "Oh, is that so?" Gu Changa's expression was still indifferent, as if he was not surprised. But he was a little surprised that Yen was so calm. He thought that Yen would take the opportunity to quibble. Of course, this was also good. He could see that she was a smart person and was not as innocent as the rumors said. It seemed that her harmless appearance in front of others was a disguise. Thinking of this, Gu Changa suddenly narrowed his eyes and became interested. In other words, for the past 20 years, Yen had been hiding and pretending, being cautious, living in the reclusive clan and being the eldest daughter of the first wife. Her mother passed away for unknown reasons. Her father did not care, and she was bullied by an evil sister. This kind of background template seemed a little familiar. That's right. The main reason I approached Xian was because I wanted to get close to young Master Changa. I have other intentions towards young Master Changa. Like other women, I want to climb up the social ladder and obtain more power. Yen raised her head and stared at Gu Changa's back as she spoke. She was very smart, which was why she had been cautious all these years and kept a low profile. She even disguised herself with an innocent and harmless appearance, which greatly reduced her threat in the eyes of others. Therefore, Yen could see that if she lied in front of Gu Changa, it would definitely make Gu Changa unhappy. In front of him, the best way was to honestly confess everything and not have any thoughts of hiding anything. "Unfortunately, your method is wrong," Gu Changa said indifferently. "Even if you approach me, I have no interest in you." He saw Ji Qingshuan's shadow in Yen. However, compared to Ji Qingshan, Yan's situation was obviously worse. Yen was not surprised by Gu Changa's words, but she did not give up at all. "I know whether it is my current power, status, cultivation, or appearance, they can't enter young Master Changa's eyes." She clenched her teeth and continued. It was not easy to encounter such an opportunity. She did not want to miss it and did not want to give up. "Oh, then you're still trying to get close to me?" Gu Changa raised his eyebrows and looked back, carefully sizing her up. In terms of appearance, her facial features were exquisite and her figure was proud. She was indeed a rare national beauty. However, this obviously had no effect on him. He then probed Yan's fate points. It looked ordinary and could not even be called a person with great fate, let alone a daughter of fate. Could it be that his guess was wrong? If not, then I will never have the chance to make a comeback. Yan's expression was slightly gloomy. Then she clenched her teeth and said firmly. There was a determination in the depths of her eyes that made the hearts of cultivators tremble. Before this, she had thought of many possibilities to curry favor with Gu Changa. However, she never expected that today's situation with Gu Changa would be so calm. All her previous preparations could be said to be in vain. What a good Tao heart! Gu Changa's face was somewhat interested. Just now he saw Yan's fate points increase a lot because of some unknown reason. So she was actually the kind of daughter of fate that had not truly formed. And now she was only in the process of accumulating fate? Thinking of this, his interest was piqued. He wanted to see how far Yen could go. If my Tao heart was not strong, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on. The corners of Yan's mouth curled up into a wry smile. Then her expression became slightly cautious as she said, "Actually, I have something to tell young Master Yu Changa." "What is it?" Gu Changa's gaze fell on her face, and he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. At his level, the world was boundless, difficult to fathom. Sometimes, with just a thought, he could feel some hidden karmic threads. It seemed that what Yen wanted to say was related to him. "It's about my sister and she. A while ago, she was living in seclusion and saved a strange man. I once overheard a conversation between her and a strange man," and Yan's expression had returned to normal, and she told him everything she knew without hiding anything. This actually happened not long ago. At that time, the Upper Realm had not started to invade the 8 Desolation 10 regions, and the Boundary Monument Sea had not dried up yet. Her sister and she, because of her cultivation method, usually cultivated in seclusion, not in the clan, but in a small country's Peach Blossom Village. That Peach Blossom Village was isolated from the rest of the world and had not contacted the outside world for almost 10,000 years. For practitioners, 10,000 years was just a blink of an eye, but for mortals, it was 100 generations. As a result, the Peach Blossom Village was very peaceful, and it was almost undisturbed by the outside world. There was only a slow stream that flowed from far away. One day, her sister and she's maid found an unconscious man swimming down the river in that slow stream. The man seemed to have been seriously injured. He had been drifting in the river alone for a long time, and he had been in a coma the whole time. However, it was strange that there were no wounds on his body. It was more like the wounds he had suffered before had healed by themselves. Besides, there were many fierce beasts in that kind of river. Even practitioners did not have the nerve to wander alone, because it was a risk to their lives. That man had no cultivation, but no fierce beasts had the nerve to approach him. This discovery made Nshi assume the strange man had some kind of treasure or special body, and she saved him. Hearing this, Guchanga had already guessed who Nshi had saved. Outside the ancient country of Vermilion Bird, he had sent his subordinates to chase after Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others who had come from the lower realm. In the end, only Jiang Chen and Niu Tian had managed to escape, although he had done it on purpose. He had not expected Niu Tian to give him such a surprise. Jiang Chen, the son of luck reincarnated by the spirit of the fairy boat of good fortune, was needless to say. It looked like this friend of his also had some kind of special body or bloodline. That strange man had been in a coma. Then my sister took him back to the clan. She found a spiritual doctor to wake him up. After an examination, they found he had the bloodline of the hidden immortal. My sister learned from that strange man that there was a grudge between him and young Lord Changa, and Yen continued. And glanced at Guchanga. Seeing that his expression didn't change much, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. In fact, none of this was important. What really made her think her sister and she was courting death was that after she had learned about the grudge between that strange man and Guchanga, she had not taken him. Not only did she not capture him, she even helped him cultivate so that he would be of use to her in the future. The bloodline of the hidden immortal was not a simple bloodline. It was a mysterious body, but no one knew what kind of body it was. However, in the upper realm, there were many rumors about the bloodline of the hidden immortal. It was said that this kind of body could have the power of an immortal after it was fully developed. Although it was not a real immortal, it was strong enough to challenge immortals. That was why it was called the bloodline of the hidden immortal. Of course, there were only a few practitioners with this kind of bloodline. The price of nurturing them was simply too terrifying, and it could easily be counted in an ocean. In the history of the upper realm, there had only been a few people with this kind of bloodline. As to why their race knew so much about it, it was because one of the ancestors of the Reclusivan race was one of them with the bloodline of the hidden immortal. He has the bloodline of the hidden immortal. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him go. After hearing this, Guchanga smiled faintly. She didn't really care. At most, he was a little surprised that he did not notice Niu Tian's bloodline at that time. However, for this matter, he actually had a backup plan at that time. The sensory fruit that Niu Tian and the others ate was not that simple. If Guchanga wanted to use this to find their location, it would not be difficult. These are all the things I know about my sister and that strange man. I didn't hide anything. And Yen saw that Guchanga did not look surprised and was a little puzzled. I see. So you want me to help you deal with your sister, right? Guchanga nodded. His gaze fell on Yan's face again, and he said with some interest. He could guess Yan's thoughts very well. The struggle for the throne within a large clan like the reclusive in race, was actually very serious, and Yan's current position was very awkward. If she wanted to win the battle for the throne, then she needed the support of another force. In her opinion, and she was courting death. She knew that she would offend her, but she still took in Niu Tian. She would definitely not let Enshi go. Therefore, no matter whether it was in terms of power or the reason for making a move, he was the most suitable candidate. Young Master Chang'e, don't you care about Enshi's actions? And Yan was a little anxious. This was naturally her purpose, but judging from Gu Chang'e's expression, she was not very sure. If Gu Chang'e could stand on her side, then her situation in the clan would definitely be greatly reversed. Many clan elders would not dare to underestimate her because of this. They would not take her seriously like before. She could also gradually have some right to speak in the reclusive in race and take back what belonged to her. You seem to have overestimated your sister's ability. Do you think the reclusive in race dares to offend me because of a man of unknown origin? Especially when he is just a hidden, immortal bloodline that has not yet grown up. How many resources does your clan have to invest in him to let him grow up? Is this a good deal? Gu Chang'e just smiled faintly. He did not think that the reclusive in race would offend him because of Niu Tian, and Yan was stunned when she heard this. Before this, she had actually thought about this, but now the reclusive in race was already under the control of her sister and she. Many times her decision was the decision of the entire reclusive in race. If the entire reclusive in race offended Gu Chang'e because of a man of unknown origin, even her sister would not be able to do it. I know I was thinking too much. The brilliance in Yan's eyes dimmed. If Gu Chang'e was willing, perhaps he could make the reclusive in race hand over Niu Tian with just one sentence. Gu Chang'e did not need to intervene in the grudge between her and her sister and she. Actually, it's very simple if you want me to help you. You need to prove to me that you are worth my help. And just as Yan was feeling bitter in her heart, Gu Chang'e's words rang out again. Suddenly, she was stunned and looked up. Her silver eyes were filled with deep surprise. Worth? And Yan's voice trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and calmed down. I know that I may be no different from a cripple to young Master Chang'e now, but if I can control the reclusive in race, the entire reclusive in race is willing to follow young Master Chang'e's lead in the future. And Yan is willing to be a slave and serve you. However, hearing this, Gu Chang'e frowned and shook his head. You seem to have misunderstood. What do I mean by worth? He wanted Yan to prove her worth now, not in the future. And Yan also reacted quickly. She knew that her words were tantamount to empty promises and were useless. What Gu Chang'e wanted to see was what she could do now. Therefore, she thought for a moment and gritted her teeth. Actually, what I said to young Master Chang'e before was not what I heard, but what the informant I planted around my sister told me. I also know that she will go to the ancestral planet later to collect blood to help that strange man cultivate. The blood Yan spoke of was not simply the blood of the Enrace. It was one of the 3 drops of true blood of the ancient ancestor who possessed the bloodline of a reclusive immortal. It was incomparably precious and contained a fragment of the true immortal Tao. Even a supreme being would not dare to absorb it carelessly, as there was a risk of shattering their spirit seas and spirit palaces. Her sister was planning to create another reclusive immortal and had paid a great price. Speaking of this, Yan calmed down and stared at Gu Chang'e. I will think of a way to get that drop of true blood for young Master Chang'e. Blood of a reclusive immortal? That's possible. I didn't expect your clan to still have 3 drops of true blood. Hearing these words, Gu Chang'e looked at her meaningfully, then smiled and said, But 1 drop is not enough. I want all 3 drops of your clan's ancestral true blood. Gu Chang'e was currently fretting over his lack of cultivation resources. If all 3 drops of true ancestor blood contained fragments of the immortal Tao, they could help him break through the threshold of the Nirvana realm and Yen naturally agreed to this request without question. 3 drops of true ancestor blood were extremely precious to their clan. Even with her sister's current power, it took a great deal of effort to convince the clan elders to go to the ancestral planet. However, it wasn't as if she hadn't made arrangements over the years. Since Guchanga wanted her to show her value, and Yen had to seize this drop of true ancestor blood even at the risk of exposing her disguise all these years. She then left the palace. Compared to before, there was now an inexplicable confidence about her. This confidence came from the fact that she'd seized the opportunity in front of her. As long as she could get Guchanga's help, her current unfavorable situation would be reversed in an instant. So many years of cautiousness, disguise, and hibernation would all vanish like smoke in thin air. The great reclusive clan would also fall into her hands. I hope you can give me a surprise. The daughter of luck hasn't taken shape yet in the palace. Guchanga had a faint smile on her face. After seeing Yen leave, she withdrew her gaze. As for Niu Tian, even if Yen hadn't mentioned it, he would have dealt with it. Besides, he'd let Jiang Qin, the son of luck, raise for a long time. After the matter of the 10 desolates fields was settled, it was time to see how this leak was doing. However, Xiao Ruoyin, the reincarnation of the high priest of fate who'd come from the lower world with Jiang Qin, Niu Tian, and the others, was still recovering. She still hadn't recovered her memory. Guchanga told Yen Ji to keep an eye on Xiao Ruoyin's changes, and Yen Ji would report Xiao Ruoyin's changes after a while. This made Guchanga wonder whether Xiao Ruoyin had been so badly injured that her holy soul had some problems. Otherwise, as the high priest of fate, who controlled the fairy boat of creation, could go against the flow of time and wasn't affected by karma, why hadn't her memory recovered yet? Or was it just merging or hiding, so Yenji hadn't found out? This made Guchanga think about it. He planned to investigate it after going back to the upper world. In a few months, the army of the upper world will attack Tianlu City. Aren't you going to do something? Then Guchanga looked at a void behind him and said with a faint smile, the Empyrean Dear Goddess's figure appeared. She was wearing a flawless white dress. Her body was slim and graceful. Her black hair was soft. Her face was cold and holy. What else can I do now? I only hope that when Tianlu City falls, Sergu will be merciful and not kill too many people. The Empyrean Dear Goddess's expression was emotionless. Her eyes were very calm. She had chosen to be used by Guchanga, which was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. She had already thought it through before this. So, if Guchanga didn't care about Tianlu City and her request, she couldn't do anything. This was a huge gamble in and of itself. During this time, she had done everything she could to make Guchanga understand her sincerity. She had participated in destroying the 9 mountains and defeating the army of the 8 desolates and 10 regions. She had played a big role. However, she was not very clear about what Guchanga was thinking in her heart. So, she could only bet that Guchanga would be moved by her in the end. Actually, the method is very simple. You just need to show yourself and ask Tianlu City to surrender. I'm sure with your status, you'll be able to play a big role. Don't you want to kill less people in Tianlu City? This is more effective than any other method. Guchanga gently stroked her cheek with a faint smile on her face. The Empyrean Dear Goddess pressed his hand and looked at him. She said softly, Sergu, you know that Tianlu City isn't the only one in the 8 desolates. If I show myself, I'm afraid they'll be angrier and hate me even more. I'm afraid this war will only end when one of us dies. Now, Guchanga no longer restricted her freedom. If she wanted to, she could use this opportunity to return to Tianlu City. But the Empyrean Dear Goddess didn't do that. Because if she did, all her efforts would go to waste, and she wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. The upper realm was too strong. In this war, the 8 desolates and 10 regions had no chance. The Empyrean Dear Goddess knew that Guchanga also knew this, which was why he wasn't worried that she would escape. That's a pity. I can tell the people behind me to keep her alive. But I don't think the people from the other orthodoxies will listen to me. There's nothing I can do. Gu Changa sighed regretfully. His tone sounded regretful, but the Empyrean deer goddess understood what Gu Changa meant. Her expression became complicated. With Gu Changa's current power, he could command all the armies in the upper realm with one order. How could the other orthodoxies not listen to him? He obviously wanted to force her a little more by saying this. Sir Gu, is your heart made of stone? The Empyrean deer goddess lowered her eyes. Her voice was unusually calm at this moment. For 9, she had thought that during this period of time, she and Gu Changa would become closer, and the two of them were just short of having sex. But he was still as cold and emotionless as before. He hadn't changed at all. How can you say that? Gu Changa smiled. His expression didn't change at all. He gently pulled her into his arms and said, I'm just thinking about your future, unless you really want to live in the dark forever. Or you'll be exposed to the world sooner or later. When that time comes, who will you be? After all, the Empyrean deer goddess was the protector of Sky Deer City. She was respected by millions of people. If she appeared before they attacked Sky Deer City, it would be a huge blow to the 8 wilds, 10 regions. Moreover, the core of Sky Deer City's barrier was closely related to her. Gu Changa had indeed given Lin Wu half a year's time. However, it was impossible for him to break through the enchantment of Sky Deer City on the first try. This was equivalent to sending a signal to the people in Sky Deer City. Even the Empyrean deer goddess had surrendered to the upper realm, let alone the other ancient beings. There was no lack of people in this world who were afraid of death, and there was no lack of suspicious people. I got it. The Empyrean deer goddess lowered her eyes. Her eyes were like a still lake. She leaned into Gu Changa's arms and didn't agree with his words. She knew that Gu Changa had other plans, but at this time, she had no choice but to compromise. In the next few days, a huge event happened that shocked many orthodoxies in the upper realm. The minds of the ancient existences went blank. They were stunned on the spot, unable to react in time. The protector of Sky Deer City, the Empyrean deer goddess, had appeared beside Gu Changa. This news swept across like a hurricane, shocking everyone. The commotion it caused was no different from a meteorite crashing into the deep sea. Before this, only the members of the Longevity Gu family knew about this matter. However, that was only limited to the higher-ups. But today, the Empyrean deer goddess had appeared and accompanied Gu Changa. This shocked all the cultivators, both the younger generation and the ancient beings, and they couldn't believe it. The Empyrean deer goddess had a high status in the 8 wilds, 10 regions. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was extremely revered and noble. Moreover, she was the protector of Sky Deer City. In the past, in front of Sky Deer City, she had fought against the upper realm and killed an immemorial royal family cultivator. Her strength was terrifying. Why would she appear beside Gu Changa? What did this mean? Chapter 492. The commotion caused by this news was simply too great, causing many cultivators to be unable to react. Many people were guessing the relationship between the Empyrean deer mystic fairy and Gu Changa, as well as why she would appear in the upper realm. It was an important period in the war between the two realms, and everyone was anxious. Not to mention that an important figure like the Empyrean deer mystic fairy had appeared in the upper realm. In the eyes of many, this was more like an incredible signal. Many ancient existences began to guess that the Empyrean deer mystic fairy was being suppressed by Gu Changa and could not escape. However, soon after, an even more shocking piece of news spread, causing the already enormous wave to rise even higher. In an instant, it swept across all the orthodoxies, and even the higher-ups of the Longevity Gu clan were stunned. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy was not staying by Gu Changa's side as a hostage or anything else, but as a concubine. When the news spread, it wreaked havoc like a hurricane, causing all the cultivators and living beings to widen their eyes in disbelief. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy was once an invincible figure with unparalleled talent and status. How could she be willing to be a concubine by a young man's side? Although the man was Gu Changa. However, in the eyes of many people, this was something they didn't dare to imagine. It was too inconceivable. Many young cultivators were even more shocked and could not recover from their shock for a long time. The status of a concubine was not comparable to that of a first wife, and it was more common in many large clans. For someone like the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, being a concubine was definitely a humiliating thing, and it was better to kill her. Why would she agree? Or did she want to do this on her own accord? Was she trying to make a deal with Gu Changa? For a time, all kinds of guesses were made, especially by some large clans and ancient orthodoxies. In the end, they felt that the Empyrean deer mystic fairy might be the reason why they won the war in the Empyrean Abyss and the 8 Desolates 10 regions. This made them have mixed feelings. They never thought that the guardian of Empyrean Deer City, who had resisted the Upper Realm for so long, would appear in the Upper Realm in such a manner. It could be said that fate was making fun of people. Suddenly, there were different opinions and guesses. Empyrean deer mystic fairy? A concubine? Where did this guy come from? I've never heard Gu Changa mention this before. Gu Xian's eyebrows knitted together. She suddenly felt a little worried. She felt inexplicably irritated. Young Master Changa is so outstanding. Maybe the heavenly deer mystic maiden was subdued by him and surrendered to the upper realm? And Yan's face was brimming with an innocent and brilliant smile. She had a look of admiration for Gu Changa. Gu Xian glanced at her and frowned even more. He felt that ever since the last time Yan met Gu Changa alone, he had been like this. His entire attitude towards Gu Changa had undergone a huge change. The feeling she gave her was the same as those girls who couldn't hide their admiration for Gu Changa when they heard his name. This was not the Yan she knew before. However, when she asked Yan why Gu Changa was looking for her that day, Yan kept her mouth shut and did not mention a word. Gu Xian could only give up, using the heavenly deer mystic maiden as a concubine, as expected of Brother Gu. But it seems that the heavenly deer mystic maiden finally gave in. In the palace, Wang Zijin sat cross-legged. His entire body was filled with an immortal aura. There seemed to be some kind of dazzling brilliance hidden between his eyebrows. There was a flash of a terrifying aura that made all living beings tremble. When she heard this news, she could not help but smile. The dim palace became much brighter. Is this the call of the immortal realm? She shook her head slightly. The brilliance between her eyebrows gradually disappeared. But now is not the time. I haven't pushed him down yet. Very quickly, a few months passed in the blink of an eye. On the other side of the boundary monument sea, the terrifying sound of waves crashing against the sky and the world spinning had disappeared. Just as the upper realm had predicted, the boundary monument sea had finally arrived after countless years of fighting for the 8 wilderness 10 regions. Boom! The heavens trembled, and the universe rumbled. The universe could not bear it. The great stars trembled as if they were about to crumble into dust and ashes under this unimaginable aura. This was an unimaginably terrifying scene. The world had dried up, and time and space were in chaos. Ancient worlds were suppressed and intimidated by the unparalleled aura. Terrifying figures from various races and orthodoxies crossed space and tore through the universe, descending here. Their bodies were shrouded in thick fog, and they were boundlessly powerful. There was a terrifying sky-swallowing sparrow with eyes like blood moons, a terrifying war beast with a body as large as a continent, and the ancient god clan that carried the stars as they walked. Such a scene made all living beings tremble and despair. The army of the upper realm finally arrived. They crossed the boundary monument sea and arrived. Many Tao attainments appeared and descended together. Apart from that, there were also ancient ancestors who were close to immortality. They had not awakened for many eras. Just their gazes alone were enough to make ordinary Tao attainments tremble. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, a huge rift valley that spanned tens of thousands of miles appeared. Chaotic chi rushed out from within, flooding the surrounding seas and wastelands. Countless armies rushed out from within, majestic and mighty. The universe tunnel's momentum was too terrifying. It suppressed the entire space and time, and it was about to collapse into nothingness. Even the distant heavens and earth trembled. Almost all the experts in 8 Desolation 10 regions felt this terrifying fluctuation. Their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. They felt that the final battle was about to arrive. The invincible figure from the upper realm who would decide the outcome of this battle was about to descend outside celestial Deer City. The entire 8 Desolation 10 regions began to gather all their forces and rush towards celestial Deer City. During this time, the news of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's appearance in the upper realm naturally spread to 8 Desolation 10 regions, causing a terrifying earthquake that was even greater than the one in the upper realm. Many cultivators and living beings did not believe it at first, but in the end, they realized that it was an undeniable fact. Suddenly, they felt a strong sense of despair. Even the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had surrendered to the upper realm. What about them? Would they continue to fight against the upper realm? More people felt a kind of anger and regret after being betrayed. They did not expect the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy to do this. She had betrayed celestial Deer City and everyone else. They could not wait to condemn her. Boom! On the other side of the Empyrean abyss, in the distant horizon, a majestic ancient city stood tall, as if it was on the same level as the heavens and the earth. Countless 593 stars circled around it, but each star looked as small as a speck of dust. They could not be compared to this city at all. Celestial Deer City was surrounded by a layer of terrifying power of the heavens and the earth. The stars rotated in the 8 Desolation abyss, and streaks of powerful rules and order intertwined and condensed within. At the same time, the runes of all the strongest cultivators in 8 Desolation 10 regions were engraved on it. It was the last barrier against the upper realm. As long as celestial Deer City was not breached, 8 Desolation 10 regions still had hope. It was not the most crucial moment yet. In 8 Desolation 10 regions, there was a terrifying power of the world that repelled the strongest cultivators from the upper realm, making it difficult for them to use their full strength here. Once they descended, they would cause irreparable damage to their Tao, which would give the strongest cultivators from 8 Desolation 10 regions an opportunity to take advantage of. There was even a risk of death. That was why the strongest cultivators from the upper realm were very cautious and did not want to take the risk. They also did not know how much strength 8 Desolation 10 regions had left. Buzz! 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 At that moment, in celestial Deer City, dazzling gates of light started to open up between the altars. Fog billowed, and the power of teleportation filled the air. Ancient soldiers rushed out from the teleportation gates, as if they had come from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These were the powerful soldiers of the 8 Desolates, 10 regions, various clans. All of them experienced countless battles and slaughters. Today, they received orders and orders to descend from the 10 great regions. Rumble. In the sky, a large number of ancient warships and flying boats gathered. Strange beasts galloped and ferocious birds flew into the sky, blocking out the sun. Divine light shot into the clouds, and it was extremely majestic. They were densely packed and gathered from all over the place. The final battle between the two worlds was gradually beginning. Chapter 493. Kill. Endless sounds of battle rang out. At the end of the distant horizon, black shadows swept over like an unstoppable torrent. The sun, moon, and universe seemed to be about to be overturned. Under the chaotic aura and darkness, it was like a pair of giant hands that covered the universe, pushing over from a distant latitude, bringing the deepest despair to all beings in the world. After countless years, I smell the decaying aura of the 8 barren 10 regions again. What a despairing day this is. We'll be the ones to start the end of the world. A blurry figure stood on a golden path that seemed to extend from the depths of the universe, but his eyes were like blood moons. He seemed to be sighing softly. However, there was more contempt and coldness. Many terrifying anomalies appeared behind him. Without a doubt, this was a person who had achieved the Tao. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he came from an imperishable sect in the upper world. Beside him, there were also many beings with terrifying auras. They were all here in their true bodies, not the Dharma bodies from before. Behind this group of figures stood several ancient beings with even more terrifying auras. They were indifferent, and their eyes were cold, showing that they had experienced the vicissitudes of life. I wonder what the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy thinks about this battle. This was an extremely ancient existence, and his entire body was hidden within countless rays of crimson divine light. At this moment, he suddenly spoke and looked at the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, who stood silently at the back. She looked like she was carved out of white jade. There was a strange look in his eyes. He came from the ancient royal family and had even dealt with the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy before. One of the most powerful beings from his family was killed by her. It could be said that there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two. However, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy was obviously very close to Guchanga now, so he didn't dare to insult her. However, he couldn't hide the playfulness and mockery in his words. He wanted to know what the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, who used to be the guardian of Heavenly Deer City, felt after witnessing the destruction of Heavenly Deer City. At this moment, the eyes of the other utmost powerful beings flickered as they looked over as well. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy's surrender to the upper realm was beyond everyone's expectations, especially when she was Guchanga's concubine. This was unbelievable to them. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that there was some kind of agreement between the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden and Guchanga. The upper realms are powerful. The 8 desolates and 10 regions are no match for them. They will fall sooner or later. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden calmly glanced at the far ancient royal family master. Her voice did not waver at all. Oh, it seems that the Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden already knew this, so she surrendered to our world early. She is quite smart. Hearing this, the powerhouse smiled. He seemed to have realized something, but he couldn't hide the mockery in his eyes. He was obviously mocking the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy for being a coward who chose to surrender to the upper bound only because she knew that the 8 barren 10 regions would fall. Everyone present was an ancestor-level figure of the various clans, and their seniority was very frightening, so they naturally understood the meaning of his words. However, none of them spoke. After all, no matter what, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden came from the 8 barren 10 regions. They were not from the same world, so it was inevitable that there would be some estrangement. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden frowned. She didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. However, the powerhouse before her clearly held a grudge over what happened in the past. His words were full of undisguised malice and mockery. However, just as the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden was about to speak, Guchanga, who was beside her, suddenly waved his hand, telling her not to. "Senior, you seem to be mistaken about something. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden did not surrender to the upper bound. She is following me." Guchanga glanced at the enlightened being and smiled slightly. "So, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden is one of my people. Senior, if you can't figure it out, I can help you remember it." His words were understated and did not carry the slightest trace of anger. However, it made the expressions of many enlightened beings change. Their hearts skipped a beat as they felt an indescribable power. Guchanga was still as protective of his own people as always. The powerhouse who spoke just now had an uncertain expression. He was somewhat unwilling, but in the end he remained silent and didn't say anything. He didn't want to offend Guchanga on the eve of the great battle. Moreover, Guchanga's words were very clear. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden was one of his people. If anyone dared to have any ideas about the Empyrean deer mystic maiden, they would obviously offend him. It was said that the ancestor of the Gu clan who had destroyed the Purple Mansion had also come for this great battle between the two worlds. However, he had never shown his true form. This made him very fearful in his heart. The great elder of the Purple Mansion was one of the best among the enlightened beings back then. Some people even felt that if the heavens allowed it, the great elder of the Purple Mansion would have become an immortal long ago. However, the powerful and terrifying great elder of the Purple Mansion was killed by the ancestor of the Gu clan. As an enlightened being, he naturally took this matter very seriously and didn't dare to joke around with his life. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden looked at Guchanga in a daze. She didn't expect that Guchanga would stand up for her at this moment. This made her feel strange. It seems that he's not really cold and heartless? Or could it be that this matter had caused his displeasure? This enlightened being of the far ancient imperial family was indirectly provoking Guchanga. Remember your current status. You're a member of the Gu clan. If you can be bullied by just any cat or dog, then wouldn't you be looking down on the Gu clan too much? Guchanga gently held her hand. His voice was very calm. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden's eyes moved slightly and she nodded. She knew that Guchanga's words were more for the enlightened beings present. However, she couldn't help but feel ripples in her heart. To the outside world, her identity was Guchanga's concubine, so she was indeed a member of the Gu clan. Although Guchanga didn't care about her identity, this was a matter of the Gu clan's reputation. Rumble. In front of them, the rolling fog was torn apart, and a vast and mighty pressure appeared in the sky. The army of the upper world broke through the abyss and descended from the sky. It was vast and boundless, and it was even more terrifying than the endless fog. It was intimidating. If one looked from the sky, they would see ancient warships and armies everywhere within a radius of millions of miles. There were ancient gods carrying stars, giant war beasts as large as continents, and even the behemoth divine race. These were all races born for war. They were naturally warlike, and their might was unimaginable. Just a single stomp of his foot was enough to make the heavens tremble. Terrifying great rifts appeared, and thick, chaotic energy surged out, drowning out the world. The endless fog descended outside Celestial Deer City. This army was very solemn and cold. Everyone was on the ancient warships, looking into the distance. They could attack Celestial Deer City from millions of miles away. The city walls there were as tall as the backbone of heaven and earth. They stood at the end of the horizon, blocking everything behind them. Stars rotated one after another, producing boundless fluctuations. Countless runes flickered on the greenish-gray walls. In the end, they glowed and rushed out together, turning into an ocean-like energy that surged and boiled at the end of the world. Just like the upper world, after knowing that the boundary monument sea had dried up, all the races and forces in the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions, gathered all their people and rushed to Celestial Deer City. Boom! Unimaginable divine light appeared in the depths of Celestial Deer City, piercing through the sky and making the entire universe tremble. Powerful figures with terrifying auras appeared one after another. Their true bodies appeared in the sky, shrouded in chaotic aura and colorful clouds. It was difficult to see their faces clearly, but they were very old. Among them were the ancestors of various races, as well as the masters of some large regions, including the masters of the 8 wildernesses. Usually, many people thought that they had fallen, but today they suddenly appeared in the world, causing a huge commotion. Many cultivators and living beings stood on the city walls. They wore precious armor and held precious treasures in their hands. The weakest among them was at the Great Saint Realm. In this battle, the younger generation didn't even have a chance to attack, because once the war broke out, it would definitely be a battle between the strongest of both sides. If anyone else got involved, they would be crushed into ashes, not even leaving behind a corpse. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy is in the upper world. Maybe the destruction of the 9 mountains this time has a lot to do with her. That traitor. We thought of her as the protector of Celestial Deer City, but at this crucial time, she betrayed us and surrendered to the upper world. Many old people's faces were gloomy as they cursed. Their cheekbones shone and powerful waves spread out. It was a sign of powerful spiritual power. The strongest of the 4 war god clans of the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions had all appeared. Each of them had walked very far in this realm. Behind them, many followers followed solemnly and silently. They were all the strongest of their clans. Ancient blood-stained banners swayed between the heavens and the earth. Boundless radiance appeared, illuminating the distant land. These were the ancestral banners of the 4 war god clans. They had once been stained with the blood of immortals. Right now, all the clansmen were kneeling on the banners, sincerely praying. A sea of runes appeared on the ancestral banners. In the end, they turned into Xuanwu, True Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and other terrifying figures. They seemed to want to cross space and reappear in the world. Countless cultivators and creatures waited solemnly, waiting for the army of the upper world to come. Master must have her reasons. Why would she give up on Celestial Deer City and us? The current Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, Song-chan, was among the countless people. Her face was filled with grief and disbelief. Even now, she still couldn't believe that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had betrayed Celestial Deer City. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy isn't that kind of person. She must have other plans. Perhaps she wants to sacrifice herself to reduce the casualties of Celestial Deer City or the 8 wildernesses, 10 regions. We simply do not have the slightest chance of winning this battle. Beside her, Lin Wu consoled her. At first, he was shocked that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had surrendered to the upper world. But after thinking about it, perhaps the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's thoughts were the same as his. In the face of a hopeless battle, the only thing they could do was to reduce the casualties as much as possible. You're saying that Master has her reasons? Song-chan murmured, staring at the distant horizon. The sky was quickly darkening. It seemed that the army of the upper world had come, but they hadn't truly arrived yet. Yes, I think the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy did this because she didn't want to. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise. After all, Celestial Deer City can't hold off the upper world for long. When the city is breached, we'll all be killed by the upper world. Do you think the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy can bear to see that happen? Lin Wu sighed. He had already mentioned this to his clan. Unfortunately, as the Dragonblood War God clan, many elders were disdainful of this. They were proud and disdained to surrender to the upper world. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 worlds were at war, he might have been locked up. I knew that Master had her own difficulties. She's doing this for us. Song-chan pursed her lips, as if she had thought of something. She looked into the distance. She didn't know if this was the right thing to do, but as long as she could help her master, she didn't care. The army of the upper world is here. We don't stand a chance. The other young geniuses behind Lin Wu spoke out as well, feeling a sense of despair and trembling in their hearts. However, they were very far away from the city walls. But at the same time, they also felt a vast wave of energy coming from the other side of the world. The world shook, and all the runes seemed to be on the verge of shattering. All the young geniuses had the same expression as Lin Wu, solemn. The upper world was finally here. At this moment, many people from 8 desolation and 10 regions rushed out and stood on the city walls, looking into the distance. On Celestial Deer City, countless runes lit up, containing the will of the great Tao. In the end, they gathered in the sky, turning into protective runes. Immortal light shone brightly, and vast energy surged. Under this energy, even the stars were as fragile as dust about to shatter at any time. This was the strongest protective formation in 8 desolation and 10 regions for countless years. Once it was activated, it could defend against attacks from those who had achieved the Tao and above. Now that the immortal realm was not visible, even a broken immortal would find it difficult to break through. Let's burn the ancestral runes and ignite the ancient decrees to repel the upper world. A powerful cultivator roared, looking into the distance. A black mass of an army was coming from the universe like a flood. Soon, loud chanting sounds came from the depths of celestial Deer City. Ancient and mysterious runes were ignited one after another, turning into a vast and immeasurable power to repel the army in the distance. Are these the ancestral runes of 8 desolation and 10 regions? It's a pity that they're incomplete. They betrayed their race, but now they're proud of it. What a joke! In the black fog, a figure stood like a demonic mountain. The one who spoke was a Tao enlightened cultivator. He clearly had a deep understanding of the history of 8 desolation and 10 regions. The others were indifferent. They didn't speak, only looking at the burning ancestral runes. The history of 8 desolation and 10 regions? Celestial Deer, mystic fairy, couldn't hide her confusion. From what she knew, 8 desolation and 10 regions had once been part of the upper world, but at some point they had split off. In the records of 8 desolation and 10 regions, the upper world had always played the role of invaders, and 8 desolation and 10 regions had always resisted. As for the reason, it was because the upper world wanted to take over 8 desolation and wanted its cultivation resources and territory. But now, in her opinion, the upper world was much bigger than 8 desolation and 10 regions. Just the billions of lower worlds alone had countless resources. This reason obviously didn't hold water. Gu Changa's gaze was strange. He shook his head, casually. Looks like you don't know. In fact, before an epic buried in ancient history, 8 desolation and 10 regions had always been called the deserted world. It was surrounded by the void of stars and was very desolate. There was also a saying that the deserted world exiled people who had committed serious crimes but didn't deserve to die. Over time, some of the sinners lived there and gradually spread their branches and leaves. Later on, when the upper world fell apart, a certain supreme being was born in the deserted world. He took the opportunity to steal part of our world's fate and used it to feed the deserted world. Because of this, no immortal realm cultivator was born in the upper world for countless years. Of course, these are only rumors recorded in our world. I don't know if they're true or not. Toward the end, he couldn't help but laugh. Whether it was the upper world or 8 desolation and 10 regions, they all had their own reasons and standpoints. However, history was ultimately written by the victors, and it would always be beautified in some way. Just like 8 desolation and 10 regions. Until now, many cultivators and living beings still didn't know why the upper world kept invading. So this is the reason? Only when the 2 worlds become one can the immortal gate be born in the upper world and the immortal path appear. Heavenly Deer, mystic fairy's heart was heavy. She suddenly realized that this wasn't a matter of right or wrong. It was a matter of different standpoints. If 8 desolation and 10 regions caused all cultivators to be unable to break through to higher realms because of a certain world, perhaps 8 desolation and 10 regions' behavior would be no different from the upper world. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, in front of Heavenly Deer City, several enlightened beings from the upper world had taken action. They were from the Archean tribes. After so many years, I wonder if Heavenly Deer City's formation can stop us again. They used extremely terrifying supernatural powers and spells, pressing forward. The world suddenly darkened, and then an endless blood-red hurricane swept over. It was terrifying and contained an unimaginable amount of energy. It was like an ocean bobbing up and down. In this blood-red hurricane, all kinds of living beings appeared. Their bodies were so huge that one couldn't see the end of them. Their bodies were blood-red, and they let out earth-shattering roars. There were Taotai's Cheongchi by Fong, Shinho, and even true dragons, immortal phoenixes, vermilion birds, and Chilins. This scene was enough to make Supremes tremble in fear and enlightened beings' expressions change. All the archaean ferocious beasts seemed to have come back to life. In the blood-red hurricane, they raised their heads and roared, creating a boundless and terrifying aura. The border of the universe seemed to have exploded. Heaven and earth were turned upside down, and all the suns, moons, and stars were turned into fine powder. Star remains scattered, and the galaxy dried up. All the living beings and cultivators in heavenly Deer City paled in fear. They were worried that the formation outside heavenly Deer City wouldn't be able to stop this kind of power. Don't worry. Our formation can stop the power of a perfected immortal. A few enlightened beings won't be able to break it. The enlightened beings from the various tribes had solemn expressions. They stabilized the morale of their troops. Their voices reverberated, containing a comforting power. Boom! In the next moment, the blood-red hurricane descended. Countless ferocious beasts roared and rushed over, wanting to drown this place. This was a scene caused by the wrath of heaven and earth. They all rushed toward the formation above heavenly Deer City. However, above the boundary of the formation, there was a vast light emerging. It was an ancient and mysterious rune, forming a supreme power there. Suddenly, countless runes exploded like a flood, gathering into beams of light that shot forward, wanting to destroy the phantoms of the archaean ferocious beasts. Chapter 494. Boom! Heaven and earth became blurry, affected by such a vast power. Even space and time seemed to be in chaos. All the energy was shattering, turning the stars into ashes. Finally, they all rushed toward the desolate edge of the universe. Everyone in the 8 desolate's 10 regions was silent. Their faces were pale as they looked at this attack. They could not help but tremble, feeling an unstoppable force. Especially the cultivators and living beings standing on the city walls. They were even more terrified. They saw that in the distance, an army that was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than a flood was charging toward them, covering the sky and earth in darkness. Among them were thousands of races, their numbers uncountable. They held black heavenly swords, halberds, and other weapons. There were also war beasts wrapped in chains, their bodies larger than the stars. They were controlled by Supremes. When they opened their mouths and roared, endless black clouds covered the sky and flooded down. Rumble! The sky above heavenly Deer City turned dark in an instant. The stars were enveloped, making cracking sounds. This city wall was originally on the same level as the universe, but now it was being suppressed by the black clouds. Countless stars were the source of its power. The surrounding universe was affected, transmitting an extremely strong power. But now the wall was trembling. Runes lit up one after another, but they were eventually extinguished. A Tao enlightened being from the upper realm wanted to break through the formation of heavenly Deer City. Such a wave of energy was enough to strike fear into the hearts of Supremes, not to mention the ordinary living beings and cultivators. They could not hold on any longer. Their souls trembled, and they were about to be enveloped. In the rolling fog, they could only see a blurry figure covered by endless runes. This is not something that humans can fight against. All the young geniuses could not help but want to kneel down. They were terrified as they kowtowed to the figure. This feeling was like ants facing a true dragon. It was a level that they could not even touch. Finally, the light subsided and the wave stopped. Heaven and earth seemed to have exploded, almost shattering into pieces. The few supreme experts who took action towered above the 597 heavens. Their magical bodies were too terrifying, the radiance dazzling. They also stopped, not continuing to attack. They had only been testing the waters to see how long the array of heavenly Deer City could last. Seems like this great formation is still the same as before, just like a tortoise shell. But this time, when the great army of our world comes, all resistance will turn into smoke." They laughed coldly. Their faces looked old, but there were also some that looked young. However, it was difficult to hide the vicissitudes of time. Blood and chi overflowed, as if they were the great melting pot of the universe. It seems that the great formation of this world won't be able to resist for long. After all, the energy needed to maintain it will eventually be exhausted. When this barrier is broken, the 8 Desolation 10 regions will be defeated. Quite a few young heavenly talents from the higher realms were standing at the front, personally witnessing the cruelty of this battle. 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Sky Demon Monarch, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, and the others all had solemn expressions. However, he still felt that such a grand formation was ultimately just an external object. If the 8 Desolation 10 regions really thought that they could rely on such a grand formation to defend against the higher realms, then they were too naive. In the end, their gazes fell in the direction of Gu Changa and the others. The ones who would decide the outcome of the battle now were the ones who had attained the Tao. The rest of the army would only wait for Heavenly Deer City to fall before attacking. The 8 Desolation 10 regions would not send their army out at this time. That was not a wise choice. I wonder what the 8 Desolation 10 regions will do now. Someone noticed that in the depths of the sky, there were many supreme experts from the higher realms who had yet to attack. They were still looking coldly at Heavenly Deer City. However, their might was unimaginable. Terrifying energy surrounded each of them, like a black ocean boiling behind them. There were billions of rays of divine light interweaving. I wonder how long the great formation of Heavenly Deer City can last? Beside Gu Changa, a supreme expert shrouded in black fog spoke. His gaze was cold as he scanned all the living beings in front of him. Finally, his gaze swept past the ancestral flag that stood between the heavens and the earth, and he let out a disdainful laugh. They won't let this formation continue. They'll definitely send out their experts like before, said an ancient supreme expert. An extremely ancient supreme expert spoke. This was the ancient ancestor of a certain clan, making the other Tao experts here feel a bit of restraining fear. It's just a waste of time. Another ancestor sneered, then shook his head. He was very disdainful and did not want to attack now. He wanted to wait for the truly invincible beings of the 8 Desolation 10 regions to appear. We can test it out. The formation of Heavenly Deer City seems to be related to the collapse of the upper realms rules. Gu Changa's gaze was strange. He stood with a group of Tao enlightened beings, but he did not attack. Now that the various orthodoxies of the higher realms had sent their supreme experts here, there was no need for him to fight against several Tao enlightened beings head-on like before. At this time, Gu Changa would rather investigate the situation of the 8 Desolation 10 regions experts and choose who to attack. The collision of the 2 realms and the fusion of fate might give birth to a child of destiny who could turn the tide. When the realms were about to be destroyed, their fate would be in chaos. This was a law that could not be changed no matter which world it was in. But for Lin Wu and Xiaoyang, these children of destiny, to Gu Changa, it was already very difficult for them to be of much use. At most, they could be used as bait to lure out the big fish behind them, or to gain more value. The 8 Desolation 10 regions have 8 desolations and 10 regions. Logically speaking, there should be some outstanding people in these regions. Gu Changa's gaze swept across the many figures on the walls of Heavenly Deer City, and he was suddenly interested. There he saw Zhao Yunza, the young master of the Cloud Pool region, whom he had purposely let go of. Zhao Yunza was staring at him with a cold and hateful gaze, as if there was a blood feud between the two of them. After all, he was the first of the younger generation tens of millions of years ago. Now he was extremely brilliant, but he still did not become an enlightened being. He was still one step away. It managed to block this attack. It seems that our world's formation will be able to hold on for a while longer. But I don't know how much longer it can hold on. We can't go on like this. If the experts from the upper world all attack together, the consumption will increase greatly. Many patriarchs of different races stood on the walls of heavenly dear city. They stared at the light in the distance with solemn expressions. They felt that if this continued, the formation of heavenly dear city would be broken. Then they looked at each other and started to discuss. No matter what, they had to find a way to stall for time. Looks like we still have to take action in the end. Those below the enlightened being are all ants. Even supremes will be useless. Then a few people with high cultivation walked out. Their bodies were wrapped in chaotic chi as they stepped out from the altars in the city. With a flash, they appeared in the sky outside of heavenly dear city. This scene shook the entire city. All the living beings and cultivators in heavenly dear city were shocked. Their hearts trembled in fear, but more than that, they were worried and uneasy. That's the Vermilion Bird Battle God clan's ancestor, Heavenly Fire. He became an enlightened being 80 million years ago. His strength is unfathomable. That's the Green Vine clan's ancestor. He was best friends with the fallen Green Life clan's ancestor. I didn't expect him to take action. They're trying to buy time for heavenly dear city to be broken through. Some people recognized the ancient existences that walked out, and their minds trembled. Many of them had never shown their faces before. They were all extremely ancient beings. Even their ancestors could only be considered as juniors in front of them. For a moment, everyone felt waves of pressure. Who would have thought that an enlightened being would appear at the first moment? In the past battles with the upper world, the saints were usually the first to take action, followed by the supremes. Now that the enlightened being had made the first move, it was obvious that the situation was extremely urgent. On the walls of heavenly dear city, everyone could not help but clench their fists. They felt powerless and worried for the enlightened being. Oh, looks like the enlightened being made the first move. That's good. It saves us some trouble. Let's get rid of them first. Seeing this, many of the upper world's most powerful beings in the fog sneered and looked down on them. Then the sound of footsteps could be heard, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Several terrifying beings appeared outside heavenly dear city. They shone brightly and transformed into their true forms. There's no hope in this battle. Why can't they understand? The heavenly dear, mystic fairy, stood silently behind Guchanga. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and there was a faint luster on her body. She was very quiet here, just watching everything. She suddenly did not dare to face the familiar, heavenly dear city in the distance. At the same time, after the Supremes appeared, ancient banners were thrown out. There were at least tens of thousands of them. They were uprooted from the ground and landed in all directions, fluttering in the wind. A terrifying power of the rules descended, protecting the army of the upper world. When the enlightened beings fought, even the aftermath was an unimaginable catastrophe for the surrounding living beings and cultivators. Boom! Soon after, this place erupted with endless brilliance again. Large hands moved between heaven and earth, terrifying power engulfing the wastelands of the cosmos. Someone roared angrily, his entire body burning. He struck out with the laws of order, as if he wanted to pierce through the entire cosmos. That was an incomparably powerful method that could cut through heaven and earth. Even the magical bodies were millions and millions of Zhang Tal. They all attacked with all their strength, displaying the most powerful methods they had in their lives. This battle lasted for an extremely long time. Endless chaotic nothingness rushed out, igniting this part of the heavens. Endless divine flames overflowed, as if they wanted to burn a hole in the heavens. However, in the end, they were powerless to reverse the situation. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Terrifying irregular scenes appeared. Those were great stars falling, the cosmos drying up. A supreme being who achieved the Tao fell. The other ones who achieved the Tao turned into divine light, withdrawing from the altar. However, they were similarly heavily injured. Heavenly Flame Ancestor has fallen. How could this be? He was an unmatched existence back then. When he was young, no one could match him. How could he not be a match for the other party? This scene made countless cultivators and creatures of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions weep, their faces full of hatred and grief. They never thought that they would personally witness the fall of a supreme being who achieved the Tao, even though his opponent was also in an incomparably miserable state, seriously injured, almost dying. However, for the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, this was already an unimaginable loss. I was careless. I was almost killed by him. The supreme being who returned to the higher realms had a bit of lingering fear on his face. If he made the slightest mistake in the end, the one who fell right now might be him. The other supreme beings who took action also had injuries on their bodies, not completely unscathed. This Zhao Yunze is actually not bad prey. Gu Chang'e withdrew his gaze. When he heard this, he gave the supreme being a look, feeling a bit of regret. This was precisely the one who mocked Heavenly Deer and Parian Maiden before. He originally thought that he would fall, but in the end he actually still had a move up his sleeve, surviving. Otherwise, when the time came, he could have ordered Aude to collect another supreme being's source. If this continues, it won't be a solution. After successive defeats, our morale has already dropped to the extreme. The 8 Desolates' 10 regions were in grief. Many supreme beings had heavy expressions as they looked outside Heavenly Deer City at the sky that was still raining blood. Their hearts were heavy, just as their hearts were heavy, and they were thinking of countermeasures. A golden path descended from the foggy sky in the distance, accompanied by the light of the great path, sparkling with celestial will. The sound of footsteps resounded between heaven and earth. A young man walked forward. Because of the celestial chi and chaotic light, he was like an exiled immortal walking in the world. Flowers of the great path bloomed above his head, one after another. Celestial chi descended and entered his body. Then it reappeared above his head and turned into flowers of the great path again, circulating and nourishing his body. Do you still remember what I said to you before? Pray that you won't let me meet you next time. Gu Chang'e smiled and said. His gaze landed on Zhao Yunze, who was on the city walls of Heavenly Deer City. He looked like he was divine and extraordinary.